history behind your back. Not too late to change your habitat. Rise like wings high above the fire and smoke. Take your swing, no time for gazing
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our TUMI2022 Conference, Transforming Transport Infrastructure. We hope that you had a safe trip here to Leipzig today, and I'm happy to see so many familiar faces, and I'm meeting many of you for the first time in person, so happy to see you live in 3D and not only on a flat screen today. We have put together with our partners, with our TUMI partners, a very diverse but also tight agenda, so I do not want to extend this welcome. I just wanted to thank our guests from abroad that made the trip here to Leipzig today, especially the Colombian Transport Minister, Ángela María Orozco Gómez, the Understate Secretary from the Ministry of Infrastructure, Ms. Larissa Amorim dos Santos, and from Indonesia, Mr. Ayodhia Kalake. So, thank you very much for being here, and now I would like to hand over to my colleague Viviane Weinmann. Viviane is a passionate transport planner and is heading the activities of our Mobilize Minds work here at GRZ. So I'd like to hand over to you, Viviane.
Thank you, Jens. Hello, everybody, and also warm welcome from my side. It's really great to see everyone in person again. Thank you also, Jens, for the nice introduction. I will return the favor. As many of you maybe know, my colleague Jens Giersdorf is our TUMI management head, and he also leads our TUMI eBus mission. And he's my co-moderator today. You probably noticed that today we have a full and engaging program for you ahead of us. So in terms of breaks, we would just like to keep it flexible. So if you feel like a break, if you want to step outside a bit, you want to help yourselves to refreshments at our flying buffet at the back, just feel free to do it anytime. But just please be respectful of the ongoing program here on stage and moderate your noise levels accordingly. Our program today takes you through a range of topics and discussions from around the world. And at the end of this journey, we would like to invite you all for a networking cocktail just outside this hall, which we co-host together with the ITF Research Day, and all their participants. And now, we would like to officially open this year's TUMI conference with a welcoming from Mr. Jochen Flasbarth, State Secretary at the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, which will be digital.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased that we are meeting today for the 2022 conference of TUMI, the Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative. Welcome. I would have been happy to join you in Leipzig in person, but unfortunately I'm unable to come due to other commitments. Since the 24th of February, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has plunged the world into permanent crisis mode. We are still working to develop answers to its complex consequences. The Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development has responded quickly and effectively. We launched an emergency program for Ukraine comprising some 185 million euros. However, the war against Ukraine will have far-reaching consequences beyond Europe. The world may head for the worst hunger crisis since World War II. Minister Svenja Schulze therefore launched a global alliance against food crisis. But we are also seeing massive turmoil in energy markets. This underlines the importance of speeding up the global energy transition. Since the transport sector accounts for more than 50% of global oil consumption, it has a responsibility when it comes to addressing this global crisis. Rising fuel prices may lead to severe social and geopolitical tensions. So we urgently need to reduce our dependency on oil. And Ukraine's transport infrastructure, which is currently being destroyed on a major scale, needs to be restored quickly. Only then will people and vital goods be able to move safely and freely. TUMI had been active in WIV until very recently. We are hoping that we will soon be able to resume our joint programs. In view of the war, it is even more urgent that we work towards sustainable mobility. We must succeed in transforming the transport sector worldwide if we are to reach our climate and development goals. And we have to make sure that this is a just transition. Worldwide, the transport sector accounts for about a quarter of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, and the latest report of the IPCC emphasizes that global emissions from transport will have to decline by about 60% by 2050 if global warming is to be limited to 1.5 degrees. But the transformation of the transport sector also offers great opportunities for the people who plan, implement, and use transport systems. Worldwide, an estimated 210 million people work in the transport sector, most of them in the informal sector. According to the International Labour Organization, the global transformation of transport could eliminate some 7 million jobs and simultaneously create an estimated 25 million new jobs. Less than 20% of all workers in transport are women. A modern, future-oriented transport industry has to give better attention to women and their needs. I'm glad that after my message here, there will be a discussion on how to apply a feminist lens to the design of transport infrastructure. We can see that sustainable mobility can create more and better jobs and thus contribute to greater justice. This will be possible if we systematically gear transport infrastructures towards a sustainable future. After all, the infrastructure we build today will have a lasting impact on the development paths of future. The decisions we take on transport infrastructure today will determine what the cities of the future will look like. 75% of the infrastructure that will exist in 2050 has not yet been built. That infrastructure will be built mainly in emerging economies and developing countries. This means huge potential for sustainable growth, but also a risk of lock-in effects that are harmful for the climate. There are three major challenges for a sustainable transport infrastructure. First, we have a huge investment gap. In order to reach the UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, some 440 billion US dollars per year will be needed for sustainable transport infrastructure. This means that the investment gap in transport is twice as large as the combined gaps in energy, telecommunication, and water. Second, we do not just need resources, but also capacities to plan and prepare bankable, forward-looking infrastructure projects. And finally, a large proportion of the transport infrastructure that is being planned today will not be compatible with climate and development goals. For instance, the OECD estimates that of all the envisaged COVID-19 recovery spending in this sector, only 17% will have a positive environmental impact. In response to these challenges, we are working in the multilateral arena and with our partner countries to develop sustainable, future-oriented infrastructure. Germany, recognizing its global responsibility, is using its G7 presidency to develop practical answers within the framework of the Partnership for Infrastructure and Investment, PII. Through the partnership, we want to improve the environment for private and public investment and engage even more closely with multilateral development banks and other providers of development finance in order to reduce the global investment gap. We are working with TUMI and renowned partners to plan, finance, and implement transport infrastructure on the basis of the highest standards. Since TUMI was established, we have already provided 2.8 billion euros for sustainable mobility. Through strategic partnerships such as the Indo-German Green Urban Mobility Partnership, we are realizing sustainable important infrastructure projects. Systems such as the subways, electric buses, and ferries are to provide sustainable transport for an additional over 7 million people per day. Yet the task is so big that we need each and every one of you in order to succeed. I would like to invite you to use today's TUMI conference for a discussion with renowned experts and decision makers on how to design today's infrastructure in such a way that we really leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
So Mr. Jochen Flasbarth set the scene with his opening speech, and we will discuss more of this in the different sessions. Unfortunately, he's not able to join us here today, but we are happy to welcome several representatives from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, such as Mr. Ingolf Dietrich, Head of Directorate, Dr. Heike Litzinger, Head of Division, and Benjamin Yeromin. Thank you very much for being here today with us and for the ongoing support of TUMI and your active participation in this event here today. So let's continue with our first panel discussion. Viviane, what can we expect from the next discussion?
Thank you, Jens. Our first panel of the day leads us into the challenge of providing truly inclusive transport infrastructure. The moderator of the next upcoming panel is Melissa Bruntlett. Melissa is a communication and engagement advisor on sustainable urban mobility and co-author of 2 books on the subject matter. She is also our current Women Mobilize Women ambassador and a dedicated spokesperson for inclusive mobility. Melissa, I'll welcome you to our TUMI stage.
Thank you, Viviane, for that lovely introduction. So I'm very pleased to be here to moderate the panel on feminist infrastructure and the future of inclusive mobility. But before we get to that discussion and our wonderful panelists that will join me, I'm going to introduce Dr. Ingolf Dietrich. He's the head of Democracy, Human Rights, Equality, and Social Development Directorate at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And he's going to come and share a few words with you. So welcome to the stage.
Thank you, moderator, for your kind words. Dear panelists, dear Minister Orozco Gómez, dear Ms. Viswanath, Ms. Warren, dear ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome from my side to this session on feminist infrastructure and the future of inclusive mobility. Thank you for joining us today, and I'm very pleased to open this panel. Feminist and inclusive mobility means putting the needs of all transport users first. In developing countries, limited and unsafe transport options are, according to the International Labour Organization, a major obstacle to women's participation in the labour market, reducing it by 16%. So that means that if we would have transport options less limited and more safe, about 16% of women could work. So feminist and inclusive mobility also means to take the diversity of transport users into account. That means to look as well at persons with disabilities, elder persons, youth, etc. Being able to work more freely and to receive a steady income must not be hindered by insufficient transport options. Sufficient transport for all is a precondition for reducing inequality in societies. But why are women facing transport systems that do not reflect their needs and mobility habits? One part of the answer is, like also the State Secretary mentioned, globally less than 20% of people working in the transport sector are women, and at management levels the proportion is even lower. So second, we know that people make different transport choices based on their income, on domestic duties or personal perception of safety. Women often make more trips by public transport than men, and they have to combine different transport modes throughout the day. This emphasizes the need for good combination of transport options. But let me give a brief introduction on our feminist development policy. With our Minister Svenja Schulze, the German government has committed itself to a feminist development policy, and not just as an add-on, but it's one of the 4 priorities of our minister she defined for her development policy. The other priority areas, just to mention, is poverty, is the pandemic and COVID-19, and just transition. Gender equality needs both mainstreaming and cross-sectoral approaches and concrete implementation programs. The transport sector is crucial in that sense, and we would like to see the transport sector as a source of good practice and incentives for gender equality. And most important, we need to change structures. We need to take into account the so-called 3 Rs, which is right, representation, and resources. So we ask for equal rights, equal representation, and equal resources for men and women. Too often, and that also means that we have to ask or to question gender stereotypes too. Too often, vehicles and transport are presented as boys' matters. We need to start reducing these stereotypes in toys. Boys playing with cars and trucks and trains, and the girls with dolls. We have to counter that. But altogether, we are very grateful to TUMI and the colleagues of TUMI that they are putting the gender topic on the table. Since 2018, the MZ has been supporting the Women Mobilize Women initiative with TUMI. 4 years ago, in this conference center here in Leipzig, we gathered about 200 people to raise awareness on the topic of diverse mobility needs and to discuss empowering more women in the transport sector. The Women Mobilize Women initiative motivates and empowers women around the world to join, transform the mobility sector. TUMI also strives to narrow down the knowledge gap where it comes to gender-responsive transport planning. For example, the TUMI Gender Data Project collects gender-disaggregated data to better inform future mobility planning. In BMZ, we seek to mainstream gender equality into our transport portfolio. I'm happy to say that 80% of the TUMI technical cooperation projects have dedicated gender goals and indicators that's much above the average, where it's quite, not even half, I guess. For illustration, let me state 2 examples. In Bogota, we just talked about it, the Safety Pin app has collected and provided data that allows for women and girls to move more safely. With this specific data, targeted and strategic investment into street lighting, walkways, and other improvements in public space and transport could be made. And in India, we supported the Kerala state government in implementing gender-sensitive reforms of the transport system. In a participatory approach, improvements were made to ensure a safer journey for women. Training and awareness-raising activities have also helped to recruit more women in the local transport sector. This year's TUMI conference, as we heard, is focusing on transport infrastructure. The role of infrastructure for gender equality is too often overlooked. But the way we design, the State Secretary already mentioned it, the way we design infrastructure today will decide how we will move over the next decades. With the G7 Partnership for Infrastructure and Investment that is currently being developed under the German G7 presidency, we consider gender equality and gender mainstreaming for future infrastructure development across all sectors. So, improving mobility choices and transport infrastructure with a feminist perspective ensures that female voices are heard in the planning and decision-making process. Changing perspectives, promoting participation, and using gender-adapted technology ensures that mobility transition will be inclusive, democratic, and just. In summing up, creating networks for opportunities, collecting gender-specific data, ensure representation of women in transport planning, anchoring gender response infrastructure in the multilateral arena are very, very important approaches. But what else is necessary? Let's ask our distinguished panelists. So I'm looking forward now for your presentations and the following discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dietrich. So with that, I would like to welcome our panelists who will join me in a discussion, or I will rather moderate their discussion, looking at how we can take some of these ideas, some of the work that, for example, Dr. Dietrich mentioned, and these priorities around creating more inclusive mobility, what needs to be done, what can we be thinking about in terms of creating that more inclusive mobility future. So first I'm going to welcome Ángela María Orozco Gómez to the stage. Ángela is a Barranquilla lawyer from Universidad, I can't say that, Javierana, I should have practiced, with a master's degree in comparative jurisprudence from the University of Texas, a specialist in economic law from Externado University in Colombia, and a fellow at the Yale University. And since August 2018, she has served as the Minister of Transport of Colombia. Welcome, Ángela. Our next panelist is Dr. Kalpana Viswanath, who is a researcher and practitioner on gender-inclusive urbanization. She's the co-founder and CEO of SafetyPin, which is a social enterprise that uses technology and data to advocate for safe urban spaces in more than 25 cities. And she is part of the Delhi government's Women's Safety Committee and has worked as a consultant with the UN Women and UN Habitat. Welcome. And our third panelist today is Jill Warren, who is the CEO of the European Cyclists Federation, a Brussels-based NGO that promotes cycling as a sustainable and healthy means of transport and leisure. Prior to joining the ECF, Jill also worked in progressively senior roles in major international law firms, most recently as the Global Chief Marketing Officer at Bird & Bird LLP, and has also worked in the automotive industry. And we share a similar love of Dutch culture and cycling, so I'm pleased to have Jill join us as well. Welcome. So if you all want to, I'm going to leave this one over here. Grab a microphone. So first off, I'm going to start with you, Ángela. So we often speak about seemingly soft aspects of female mobility, such as mobility patterns, safety, and security. So why is it important then to speak about the intersection of infrastructure in feminism?
Well, I believe we start by a premise that the transport infrastructure is not gender neutral, because the benefit that it should provide for all persons should be equitable, and it's not when you take into account the different patterns of consumption of transportation by men and women. I believe historically, like many other sectors, the policies in which the infrastructure transport projects were built just have a focus on some sort of linear mobility from like houses to productive areas. But when you look at other types of mobility that were not contemplated, they're mainly those other types were the main users of transportation because of other necessities, how like the care responsibilities, activities of women, not only with regard to the kids, but also with regard to the caring in the families, also with regard to other activities that intertwine women in the daily basis. This is why mobility is not only different between men and women, but it's also need to be designed taking into account these differences, mainly because, of course, it is more used. You have more trips a day when you take into account all the responsibilities of the carrying economy. And that's something that is very important, and this difference also had to do also with the perception of security of people when they move around within the cities. Perception of security for women are completely different, and it's not only depending on social issues and cultural issues, but it also depends on gender identity and also in sexual orientation, among other aspects. This also must be added into the public spaces, in the experiences that some women feel when they're like harassed verbally when they walk along or move along the cities in their daily life. So in order to ensure that transport infrastructure responds to that reality for the needs of women, we need to take into account different issues like the visual control, the lively of the travel of the day, How do you have like alarm controls or panic buttons that will let people that feel harassed to just let people know that something is going on. And all these issues need to be taken into account in the design of the transportation systems. Apps such as Safety Pin has been very important to introduce and to cover and to, I believe, collect all those information of how people, or women mainly, feel secure or unsafe when they are traveling within a day. So, I would emphasize that we need to take into account like different issues in order to design the public transportation systems so that they take into account the feminist perspective. But I believe, and this was something we were talking about recently, it's not only because it's in favor of women, it's mainly because it's in favor of the society as a whole, because we are taking into account how women take kids to school, take kids to the doctors. So it's not on the favor of women, but it's mainly because it's in the well-being of the society as a whole. So we need to build infrastructure that is close, in which you find like different facilities that are close to each other, taking into account the concept of the 15-minute city that you were talking about this morning. And you need to bring that and bridge and include it in the urban planning of a city. And you need to have like not only a national guidelines that needs to be mandatory for the urban planning in the different cities that takes into account these issues. It needs also to be, take into account the autonomy of the people and the security that the people must feel as they move within and along the cities. It also needs to take into account that it must be diverse, and it must measure the difference not only in the structure of the people, but also the sexual orientations of the people. Those are all factors that influence mobility and the mobility experience that needs to be recognized into the design of the infrastructure. But also they need to be like areas that guarantee the social relationship of people in these spaces over time, how people get in touch more with their communities and not isolated issues from going from work to house and that's it, but just how to empower people to take along and how to build more community relationships along the infrastructure transport projects. I believe all these issues need to be taken into account, because as we have experienced in some of our public transportation systems in Colombia, it's not only used to mobilize people, but it's also being used to build civility around the cities and culture of empowerment, not only for safety, but also for cultural education within some of the most vulnerable part of our populations.
Mm-hmm. And there's that important note there is, we're talking about creating inclusion and, what that looks like, not just from a male-female perspective, but looking at intersectionality and how that fits into there. And Kalpana, we've heard that there's steps to creating this more inclusive planning, and in your work, you're reaching out and trying to understand that. And in ways that can better integrate and amplify women's voices in planning and policy. And can you elaborate a bit on some of those tools and approaches that you've used to help us achieve sort of that intersection of infrastructure and feminism, or more gender equitable cities?
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, TUMI, for having me here. I think the point that Dr. Dietrich made just before this, that if the lack of infrastructure prevents women from being equal citizens, I don't think it's just accessing work, but actually our citizenship is inequitable if we do not have access to the same opportunities. So we're really talking about a rights-based framework which looks at justice and equity. And I'm delighted to hear that the German ministry has given so much importance to it. And of course, Minister Ángela, I think, the COVID-19 has also helped to sort of move this agenda forward of putting the economy of care at the center of planning. I think we've talked about it before. Lip service has been given at different points, but COVID-19 truly made it evident that it is the work of care that sustains all our cities. And unless we give it recognition and bring it to the center of planning, we're going to have, it is going to be inequitable. So I think, I like the title Feminist Infrastructure, and I really take the point that both the previous speakers made as well as the minister online, that when you speak of feminist infrastructure, we're putting women at the center, but we're also putting all others who have been excluded from being at the table before. So the inequality in the iniquity comes primarily, and I would say only, from a lack of voice. So I don't like to use the word vulnerable. I think it's been an exclusion which has to be corrected. And that is by bringing more and more diversity to the table. And the third is, I think, once we've recognized this, there are 3 steps. So the first one is recognizing, and I think that a lot of countries today have done it. The second is to understand it, and that you have to do through assessment, through measurement, through data. Because we know today that without data and without evidence, it is difficult to plan. So I would say all urban stakeholders within the government, at international bodies, development banks, need to put money and resources into understanding the problem in its, in all its different facets. It's not just saying that, yes, let's put the care economy in the center, let's bring women and other excluded groups, but what is the data showing? For example, in India, some of you might know that there has been a very disturbing statistic we've been seeing over the past few years, namely that the female labor force participation is going down, unlike many other countries in the world. And we need to understand why. I think unless we have data to understand why, we will not be able to design policies and programs to in fact change it. So again, it becomes then, a kind of a very superficial change or a band-aid. But what we want is truly feminist transformation of our cities, where the work of care, but also all excluded voices are put at the center, and a recognition that once we have the data, we will have better policies, better programs, better initiatives to bring about feminist transformation of our cities. And I do think that, the recognition has happened. I do think there's some amount of data collection, as we saw even in Bogota. I would say the past decade has seen some of it, but it's not enough. I think we need to put a lot more of our resources into understanding what exactly is the problem. Why does lack of safety lead to less women accessing opportunities or education, So, and I think making those correlations, making those deeper understandings so that the programs are also a little more nuanced and can recognize that different sets of women have different problems. And we need to actually design programs, not a one-size-fits-all for all countries, for all societies, etc. But I think we need to recognize that what might work in Bogota may not work in India. I mean, some parts of it might, but how do we adapt it so that it has a local context, but it truly also has a global flavor where I think at a place like this, the opening panel is feminist infrastructure, and I think we've really come a long way. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Well, and it's a lovely segue, I think, into thinking, the data collection around how people move and understanding and linking that into the work you do, Jill, around cycling, but also just active mobility in general, is to understand that not everyone will use a bicycle to get around, but unless we have that data to understand what is missing from the mobility tools that somebody has, how is that limiting their access or providing too much access to someone who already has enough? So Jill, from your perspective, how can we use the knowledge we have or the experience we have to use the potential of inclusive active mobility to create a more accessible city that achieves a better balance?
Yeah. Thanks, Melissa, and thank you for your interventions, which were very, very interesting. I think active mobility couldn't be more relevant, especially these days. So I think it really bears repeating and looking at why active mobility is so important and what benefits it brings to everyone in our societies. I mean, yes, of course, you get the cleaner air through the lower emissions when you have more active mobility, But you have more safety. You have fewer road deaths and serious injuries when you have safer, better infrastructure and less motorized vehicle traffic on the road. You have healthier, happier citizens. You have more livable cities and towns with less noise pollution, less congestion, and more space for people. You have better rural connectivity. You have greener leisure and tourism options through well-connected networks for active mobility, cycling and walking. You have more inclusive societies, and that's what we're talking about today. You have more inclusive societies through increased access to job opportunities, to places of social and cultural exchange, by bicycle, by walking, for people of all ages and abilities. And that's something we should all be striving for, I think. And active mobility can be a key to providing that. But how do we get there? I think there's a few things that we need to bear in mind to how we get to wherever we are today, to where we want to go. And first is simply understanding, where are we today? How did we get there? What has that led to? What are the advantages and disadvantages? And, what would we ideally like to have and what's necessary for that? So that requires, first of all, this kind of recognition. And then I think it's this prioritization of active mobility. So yes, we want active mobility over the importance of individual motorized transport and other forms of mobility. And when we've got that mindset of the prioritization, then when we start our planning, then we can make sure that we have the right objectives in our planning, the objectives for the inclusion we want to achieve. When we've got a good plan in place, well, then we have to fund it, right? And active mobility can be so much cheaper than other forms of mobility. So, but it does have to be funded, and you do need to get the proportions right. And here I'd like to give a shout out to a country like Ireland, who in 2020 decided to spend 10% of its transport budget on walking and 10% on cycling. And in that country, that adds up to 360 million euros a year for walking and cycling, so about €1 million a day for active mobility in that relatively small country. And we already see in the projects that are emerging from that also more inclusion in terms of the proportion of women and children using the cycle paths and things. I'm very excited about our VeloCity conference next month. We'll have some presentations to that effect. So really, in just a short amount of time, you can see how it works. Besides funding it and building it, of course, then you need to promote it. So once it's there, who's using it? Is the intended effect there? If not, what do you do then? How can you address any barriers that there might be to, is it transport poverty? Is it lack of knowledge? Do people even know how to ride a bicycle if they're so inclined? And what's the accessibility to bicycles among all groups, including marginalized groups? And then I think there's things that can be done to incentivize active mobility further. There's a range of things that governments can do. When I think of our richer countries, for goodness sake, have these scrappage programs that would allow, scrap a polluting car and instead of getting an e-car with it, allow people to put that towards the purchase of an e-bike. And that's when you really can replace these car trips and encourage more active mobility. And I think I'll stop there. I get very excited about these things, but yeah, there's so much we can do.
Thanks, Jill. So looking at some more examples then and getting a little bit deeper into it, Angela, can you share we've heard about the role of international agenda setting. For the case of Colombia, how are these international policies being translated at the national level in terms of making this more inclusive transport?
Okay, so something that I wanted to highlight is I agree with you. The COVID-19 put us on face with that realities of gathering data and how mobility makes a difference and how the economies of care makes a difference in the access to jobs. And we found it just when you look at the beginning, because of the quarantines, we had a huge unemployment, but mainly women unemployment, and mainly led by the closing of schools. Women were at home helping their small kids going to school. Now, when finally kids went back to school, again the rate of employment of women raised in Colombia. So it was something that was so amazingly, just looking at the numbers, show how it makes a difference and accessibility of that. Going in a path with that, you know, we committed ourselves to our Sustainable Development Goals, and this is why by 2019 we developed guidelines to include the gender approach in the pre-feasibility studies of the public transportation system, in the construction of them, but also in the operation stages of the public transportation systems that are being developed and implemented in the country in the different cities. This new look made it possible to identify key aspects to be included in the resettlement processes when we were like just expropriating some of the lands and houses in order to build the systems. Also the property acquisition, taking into account the needs of the women that were resettled. Also in the environmental management plans during the execution of the works, and also in the implementation of the system, taking into account all those issues. These criteria included, for example, the activation of care routes for cases of violence based on gender and sex. Also the dissemination and the inclusion of training campaigns for all the labor personnel in the construction phases. So in order to protect communities that felt affected by harassment and street harassment, as well also zero tolerance codes for any conduct against women or violence or sexual exploitation. All these have been included in the construction phases of the process of these public transportation systems that are co-financed by the national government. Several cities also have developed specific programs in the operational phases. We have programs like They Move Safely, developed by Transcaribe in Cartagena, mainly for promoting the movement safely of women within the transportation system, or Cali Dresses in Violet in the Metro Cali program in the public transportation system of Cali, and also, of course, Safety Pin and the Safety Moving Apps in different cities, both in Bogota and in Pasto, where we also have public transportation systems. Likely, also in the construction stage of the public transport projects, we developed illuminated corridors that has been adapted and installed for women, girls, and adolescents to feel safety while they work and travel along the public works. We also have developed as a national government a guideline, a presidential directive to include the gender parity issues within the reactivation of the economy programs that we developed. So with regard to the new investments that we were developing both in PPPs but also in public works, we included safeguards for including at least a percentage of women in not only in the operational part but also in the working and development of the projects. This all has been shown today because this was a huge package of public works that we contracted, and that has increased and has been, it's seen how women has reactivated their employment because of these projects. That includes the mandatory having a minimum number of women, not only at the operational stage, but also at the managing positions, but also at the technical positions. And in order to cover stereotypes, we also have developed, for example, with the German cooperation, programs with our technical training agency in Colombia in order to train women in non-conventional parts of the transportation systems. Usually they used to work in the administrative part, but they were not used to work at, for example, driving or the maintenance of the cars or other areas. So we've been developing with the German corporation training programs for women to be in the non-conventional part of transportation. I believe that's the way we have been taking into account all these commitments that we made to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals and do gender equality within the transport system and the infrastructure projects.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And it actually sort of hearing that, the idea of how important it is to bring people into these less traditional, but growing fields for women. Jill, I know it's not the question we had talked about, but it sort of segues nicely into this Women in Cycling initiative that you started, it was in 2020? Yes. The last 2 years have been a bit of a blur. But the importance of a group like that to help to provide women with the knowledge that you were just talking about, Angela, in terms of the options available, but also bring to light to outside groups the women that are already working in this field that are helping to change that conversation. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about why it was important to establish this group in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the origin of the Women in Cycling group was actually quite simple. At events like Velocity to some extent, but also the Eurobike trade fair, you could look out into the audience for some sessions and think, where on earth are the women? There aren't any here. Where are they? And so some women who, this wasn't lost on them, decided to, get together to think, what can we do about this to get more visibility for the women who are in the sector and to encourage more women to join the sector, and also to help women in the sector to gain more leading roles and positions in the sector. So that's very much the focus of the group. And so it's been a joint effort between advocacy and industry and consultancy and government and coming at it from all angles to really have a forum to get together to talk about these things, to raise awareness. And I think the two most tangible or visible things that we've done, on the one hand, there's an expertise portal that's open to anybody so they can find us as women in cycling. And then there's a closed LinkedIn group that, in the meantime, has well over 1,000 participants in it. We share job postings and other thoughts and interesting articles with each other. And it's a very safe and interesting and expert space to be able to network in that way. Alongside the other events that we do and the ambassador program and mentoring and things that we're starting up as well.
Yeah. Did you want to add a little bit or no? No, okay.
No, that's something that in the public works, and we have the mandatory guidelines today to build infrastructure that is more resilient, but also inclusive, having the mandatory issue of building bike lanes within the big infrastructure connectivity projects. That's part also of the mandatory issues that we're putting in our guidelines. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, one thing I forgot, the initiative also has as one of its goals no all-male panels. So I think we fulfill that criteria here today.
Yeah. Now we have the all-female panel, which we'll hold on to this for a little bit longer if that's okay. And then, Kalpana, I guess, taking from that and this idea of having, for example, the LinkedIn group is a women's-only space, how important do you think, I think it's important, but how important do you think, or where do you think men need to be involved in that conversation, and how important do you think it is to have that intersectional discussion in terms of advancing inclusive mobility?
I think it's important to have men and boys engaged in the conversation at all levels, And I think we recognize that while we're talking about infrastructure, services, and policies, the other arena that we really need to bring about change is on social and cultural norms. So there's still cultural norms in some places where women don't get access to bicycles that easily, So I think bringing the issue of gender equity right at the level of schools is something we need to do to bring about a change in the way that people think about these things. That's one. To have more conversations, to look at campaigns. I think some of the campaigns that you talked about are very powerful to actually talk about the change in the mindset. So one of the things we had done in India several years ago, more than I think 15 years ago, and it's continued, is to actually do gender sensitization training for all transport staff. So whether it's the bus driver, it's the conductor, whether it's the auto drivers, so, and to do it on a regular basis. So also not to do it as a lip service, because, a single 45-minute training session is not going to change the world. So we need to recognize that it's you have to keep at it. And I think the role of many of us is to just, keep insisting and asking for more and more and more. And I do think there are many more men who are allies in this. I must say, if just looking around the room here, 15 years ago, a discussion on looking at feminist infrastructure would not have had so many men. And I think that itself is a very important change because, I think we are just talking about better cities. We're talking about caring cities, cities where children can play, where the elderly can walk, can sit, can access medical and recreational facilities. So I think, to me, the concept of urban well-being, I like the word well-being, and I think it's something which includes mental well-being, but it includes physical, emotional, social well-being. Because, I think the other thing that COVID-19 showed us that we are social animals, and it was really difficult for many people to be locked up in their homes, especially for young children, the elderly, and not just in terms of, and I think the recognition of mental health as a valid issue is something that is, again, it's unfortunate it took something like COVID-19, but if at the end of it there are some good lessons that we can take and that can maybe bring about change that wouldn't have otherwise been brought about so easily, at least something, at least we are growing from what we are, what the experiences that we have. And so I think to answer your question simply, I think at every level we need to have men. And diverse intersectionalities. I think people of different genders, people with disability, and I think really the older people, because we are a graying world. Even in a country like India, our recent data shows that the fertility rate is going down. So, even if India was your last bastion of pigs, and even there the demographic transition is taking place, and it is going to take place in the next 10 years. You've already seen it in China and Thailand and other Asian countries. So I think that's something we have to keep in mind. And I think the final point I would like to make is, in a space like this, is what is the use of technology? Being from a technology company, I truly believe that technology can be an enabler for social change. The technology itself is not the end. Technology can work towards bringing about social change that's positive, but it can also bring about more problematic social relations. There is a digital divide in many countries, where there have been recent this GSMA reports. If you look at it across the world, there's a digital divide where women and girls, especially girls, have less access to technology. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, again, for example, in India, entire groups of people, of children, did not learn anything for 2 years because they did not have access to a mobile phone. So when we talk about how everything became online, we must recognize that is a position of privilege to be able to say that we went online. Many people lost 2 years of their lives because they did not have the option of going online. So I think let's keep in mind that we are still living in a very inequitable world where gender is one axis, but economic deprivation is something and digital inequality is something we must continually address and bring to the forefront. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and one that I've heard a few times and from various people around the world is, everyone's experience of the pandemic in terms of staying connected and being able to continue learning was very different. So when we're talking about feminist infrastructure, we're not just talking about the built environment, we're also talking about the infrastructures around us that allow for that equitable experience of our lives, our cities. I want to give an opportunity for any final thoughts that either of you, there's three of you, that any of you have. And before we wrap up this session and carry on with our day. But first, I just want to say thank you to all three of you. I think you've both brought, I keep switching to two, some wonderful insights and some definite food for thought for me. And it's been a pleasure to be up here with you. But final thoughts. Who would like to go first?
Well, I believe, although this is something that it seems that we all learn about it because we're learning about how to include all these guidelines into the design of the transportation systems to be more equitable, to have societies that were more accessible. All this was even more evidence during the COVID-19. And this is something that happened to me because we were, of course, working at home. And part of what I saw in my teams is that women had a double burden. have the burden of working with us, but the burden of when they have 5, 6, 7-year-old kids, helping them attending school online. And part of my whole discussion about how you can change cultural habits is that we brought in people to tell to our male employees to co-share and be co-responsible, because they were just working and the women were working, but they were also looking at their kids attending school. You know, if you have a 15-year-old guy, it's different, but you have a 7-year-old guy or a 6-year-old guy attending online school, you need somebody there to help them. And what I found out is that everything that is seen and that we have learned from what's going on in the city, also it comes from their houses. And we were looking within the houses, how the cultural divide made it more hard and even more hard for women to be at home working. And this is why it was so amazing. I tried to talk to my male employees of how they should share responsibility with their wives, because of course, their emotional position, they had much more stress, not only attending to work, but also attending to school. And so it showed just within the intimacy of a house, it showed how this shows in the big design of an urban city. So I believe that's my main learning from this, was how people at home really, this is the reproduction of what you see at home, actually. Yeah. And it was more evident because of this whole new situation we lived.
Yeah. Yeah, what starts at home expands everywhere else.
Yeah. No, I think that's amazing what you're saying, because this is the very old feminist slogan that the personal is political. And I think a lot of the discussion around women's equality prior to this was about how do we make women equal outside the home? How do we give them opportunities to work? How do we change that? I think we've turned the mirror now, turned the gaze to say, how do we make the home more equal? Because unless the home is made more equal, it is not going to really treat to equitability. So therefore, when we talk about build back better, I would say build forward better. Let's not look back. Let's really look forward in addressing the sustainable development goals.
I'll just quote somebody I really admire as a final thought. So the Minister for Mobility of the Brussels Capital Region, Elke van den Brandt, who's really so inspiring, said last week at an event I attended, she was talking about the Brussels Good Move mobility plan and all the things they've done, everything changing before our very eyes, but she said, you know what? It's not even about mobility. It is about making this city much more livable. And I think when you do that, you have more inclusion, and it's really a place for everybody. So, yeah.
Well, and with that, I think we close out our first session. Thank you again so much, all of you, and enjoy your day.
Thank you, Melissa, and all panelists for this very enriching discussion. A lot to think about, not only professionally, but also for personal life. Some inspiration for sure, and happy to hear these insights from different angles on diversity, feminist infrastructure, from countries such as Colombia, India, and also from Europe. So, Viviane, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jens. Thank you, panelists and Melissa, for moderating. We would like to use this moment for a group photo, because everyone's here, everyone's seated. We just had a really inspiring conversation. So if we can I please ask people to fill the empty seats? We will take the photo up here from stage. Some of you who don't have a seat, you can just assemble in the background. And then further instructions will be given by our photographer. Oh, okay. And then I was just told everyone to stand up. Sorry for the run. And okay. And please feel free to fill the aisle as well. It looks a bit odd from up here, I agree. So yeah, and everyone please feel free to come a bit closer. So the rule is always, if you can't see him, he can't see you. And there's still space in the aisle as well. So look at him. Thank you. Thank you very much. So next in our program is another panel on transport infrastructure, but this time with a strong focus on its planning and financing. TUMI lead Insa Illgen will guide us through this next session. Insa is not only the lead of our sector program Sustainable Mobility, but she also leads the global TUMI Vault project. She only took over this double lead last year, but it feels like her energy to speed up this global mobility transition has fueled us for much longer. So thank you very much for that, Insa. And I open the floor to you and your panelists.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Insa Illgen. I'm, as Viviane said, the project director of the sector program Sustainable Mobility and the global project TUMI Vault. So very, very excited after 2 years of digital conferences to see all of you again in person. So it's actually really nice for a chance to not only see a face, but also realize that you have a body. I had some discussions that we are very surprised by like heights, because sometimes we estimate, we see a face and we expect like a certain size and height of a person. So very nice to kind of like mix a virtual video with an actual body. And also with the last panel, I really enjoyed this a lot. I hope you did too. So for us, after we had the 2018 Women Mobilize Women Conference, it was quite a bold decision to do like an all-female sectoral conference with a very strong topic on gender, and it was, I think, for everyone who participated at that conference, it really stuck into our emotions, and it is still like with us a lot. So to have the chance now with this conference, and this is like the annual TUMI conference, to have the first panel on the topic of gender was a very, also I would say, a little bit of like a bold decision. But it was also like to kind of like shine light on the gender topic and not put it like to the little rooms and to the side program. It is like in the core of what we do with TUMI, we think that inclusive and gender just mobility is a key of what we work for. So kind of like a long intro. I'm sorry for that. I'm very excited also to dive a little deeper into the topic of transport infrastructure, because the distinctions that we always do between like soft topics such as gender and harder topics such as like transport infrastructure, planning, financing, so on and so forth, I think it is actually interlinked. So very excited for our guests today. We want to discuss transport infrastructure and how we actually plan transport infrastructure, how we make it more sustainable, what standards do we need to make sure that we have a true transformation of the sector. So I'm very excited to welcome our panelists. So we have, let me check, I want to put like all names and all positions correctly. So we have Dr. Antonio Henrique Pinheiro Silveira from, yeah, that I had to read that, from the Latin American Development Bank, Vice President of Infrastructure at CAF. Very happy to have you. Welcome, like take a seat, I just reserved this one for me. So next one is Lisbeth Cassier from our dear partners from the International Institute for Sustainable Development, the IISD. She's a policy analyst and like an expert on actually assessments on for infrastructure. So also thank you for being with us. To mix it up like in a gender perspective, the next panelist that we have is Benjamin Jeromin. He is our dear partner from the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and Senior Policy Officer for Sustainable Mobility. Welcome, Benjamin. And to make this round complete, we have I think the largest panel today. Esther Wegner from the C40 Cities Finance Facility. She's a city coordinator and capacity development expert. Okay. Yeah, we have enough microphones. Yeah, okay. I will start with a quick round of questions, but I would also since we are here in person and we have the chance to be a little more interactive than we are with virtual conferences, to also open the audience for questions and be a little more free in the discussions. We have some experts here, so feel free to press them with questions. So, Lisbeth, starting with you. IISD, as I said, is analyzing sustainable infrastructure investments. So, on a global perspective, do you think we are heading in the right directions in a sense of sustainable transport infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, and also thank you for this question. Certainly a challenge to respond to, I would say. I mean, in a way, I think there are two things. When it comes to direction, I think we're on a good track. I think we've seen a lot of political momentum around infrastructure, a lot of awareness raising on the infrastructure gap. The investment needs are huge, including in the transport sector. And we, of course, see a lot of commitments from governments, the net zero commitments that we see. We see also in the NDCs increasingly transport mitigation measures being featured there. I think generally we would like to see more ambition, but the direction is there. I think where the challenge lies is in the pace and the speed, the scale at which we have to deliver those commitments to really make sure we make transport a lever for addressing many of the sustainable development goals, and do that within the limits of the Paris Agreement. So that's where some of these challenges come in, and I'll just touch upon a few bottlenecks that we've seen in our space. I think one that many of us are familiar with is when we talk about the funding and the financing that's available for transport infrastructure, and in particularly for sustainable transport infrastructure, which is what we want to see. Another one that we see, in particular in relation to planning processes of infrastructure, is also the public procurements being sometimes a bottleneck for incorporating sustainability across the procurement process. Where are the technical specifications that ask for the sustainable outcomes of transport infrastructure projects? We must embed them there to be able to deliver. And then I'm coming to a third challenge that we see, which is in the bankable project pipeline, or the project pipeline that truly highlights sustainable transport infrastructure. And that, I think, links to a challenge which we'll be talking about more throughout the day, is the data constraints that we see. How do we value sustainability? How do we identify it? How do we measure it? And how do we make sure that we actually demonstrate that the sustainable projects are less risky for governments, because they actually bring more societal value. So we need to shed light on that. And that's also what we've been doing at ISD and in collaboration with TUMI. That is actually, how do we quantify what sustainability means, not only in terms of environmental costs, but also in terms of the social benefits of sustainable transport projects. And it's really important that we shed light on that information, and that we bring that into not just early on in the planning processes, but into the project appraisals and into cost-benefit analysis, into financial models, demonstrating that sustainability actually brings a better return. We know that, but we have to demonstrate it, and we have to demonstrate it across different actors. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much. So I think that heads over to Benjamin, because we are actually facing tremendous challenges in greening sustainable transport infrastructure. So what do you identify, which hurdles do need to be overcome if we want to reach the Paris goals and the SDGs?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank
join Lisbeth in thanking for having us here and for organizing this conference. And I would like to start also with stating how happy I am that we speak about infrastructure, because I think the infrastructure focus is addressing one of the major gaps that we see for really making the transformation in the transport sector, which is the quantity of sustainable transport infrastructure that we need to reach the climate and development goals. And I would like to cite a colleague from an earlier meeting a couple of weeks ago. He said, "We know what the recipe is, let's start cooking." So, and I think within this community of sustainable transport, we all have seen many panels where everybody agrees. And actually we know what we have to do and what are the recipes, or what are the ways that we create sustainable transport systems without applying a one-size-fits-all approach, of course, but we know what options to pick from. What we see is that the major gap and the major bottleneck that we see is the implementation gap. So, and that's maybe the first bottleneck I would like to cite. So it's the first one is to have more funding, more resources for sustainable transport infrastructure globally. I mean, the gap is, I think 440 billion per year. That's enormous, and it's very clear that even through development cooperation, with the MDBs, with bilateral development, financial development cooperation such as the German, it's impossible to bridge that gap. We need other methods. We need to leverage much more, and that won't be possible only with the approaches that we have. So we need to find more and other ways to raise more funding for sustainable transport infrastructure. The second gap, I think, that we see in the cities especially is the implementation and planning gap. So the difficulty to create projects that are actually bankable and attractive for loans and funding. So that's where project preparation facilities such as CFF come in. Esther will speak to us about that for sure. And the third gap, and I would like to focus on that one maybe, is the ambition or quality gap, I would call it. It's the fact that we see that much of the transport infrastructure that is being built in large parts is not sustainable, or let's say it's not transformative in the sense that we need to have it. So OECD says 17% of the post-COVID-19 recovery investments are green, which means 83% are not. And we see globally that 2/3 of all transport infrastructure investments are in roads, which does not say that roads per se are bad, but we know that there are huge needs in other areas, especially such as public transport, urban planning, active mobility, etc. That quality or ambition gap, I think we need to bridge it, and I think it's very valuable to have colleagues such as Lisbeth here who are finding new and innovative methods to actually show what does sustainability mean if we put all the externalities, which are too often invisible, into the calculation and show what benefits sustainable transport infrastructure actually brings.
Thank you. Very, very impressive and a good overview to have. Maybe we can guide us through the discussion through the three different gaps that you identified. So it's a financing gap, it's an implementation gap, and it's a quality gap. So looking at the implementation and pipeline gap. So Esther, I'm coming to you. That's no surprise. With CFF, you are a preparation facility. So what role does sustainable transport infrastructure play in your work, and what do you see for the future for this, possibly, hopefully, true transformation of the sector?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Insa, first of all, also for the invitation. It's great to be here and also to be here in presence in a conference after the 2 years of pandemic. Coming to your question, I think, first of all, I wanted to come back to what Benjamin just mentioned, and also what we heard in the beginning of the day today from the State Secretary about the infrastructure that is still to be built in specifically urban areas. So, I mean, we live
in a world that is still urbanizing. So by 2050, around 70% of the world population will be in urban areas. That might be not for us so tangible at the moment, because in the global north and also in many Latin American countries, we have a high percentage of the population already living in urban areas. But in Africa, it's different, and also in many Asian countries, there are still urbanizing areas. And so a lot of infrastructure still needs to be built, and hopefully in a sustainable way. And so that's really where the project preparation comes more into play. On the other hand, also cities, why they are so important, they are the big emitters of GHG emissions. That's also no secret. And specifically the energy and mobility sector. On the other hand, it's a great opportunity. So if we work with cities in urban areas and the local administrations, we can reach a lot in the next couple of years. And coming to the challenges there that we face working with local administrations, it is actually what was also pointed out already, the finance gap is tremendous, not so much in there are no finances, but really to access those finances. It is, for cities, for local administrations, it's often not so easy to get to international markets. Sometimes there are legal restrictions, they cannot even access or cannot make deals with multilateral banks. Sometimes the biggest cities are also highly in debt, and so they are not creditworthy, which makes a little bit the devil's advocate's question, like, don't you build the infrastructure, or what do you do? And on the other hand, there are also troubles with certain cities do get a lot of transfer, so the budget is getting transferred from the national level, so they don't have an own income, and even the budget that is transferred is often bound to certain spending. So the city has no autonomy to decide whether they want to spend the budget for certain sustainable infrastructure, for example, for a cycling highway, or to spend it on social services, because they are bound to destinated to a certain service. So that's where the work of the project preparation facilities come in, as the CFF, for example. And what we focus on is to support the cities in the preparation of the projects. We are demand-driven, so it's really that the cities come to us with project proposals. And so we are also sure that this is an infrastructure that the city really wants to build, and that there is also ownership for the specific project and for a sustainable project that reach also climate action goals. And so to help those cities in the preparation for a good business model, a robust financial model, that's where the project preparation facilities are needed.
Thank you. That was very impressive and lots of challenges. So talking of challenges on financing, good that we have someone from a development bank with us. So Tony, you're on the spotlight now. So do you think the transport sector is adequately recognized in the work of development banks such as CAF, which you are capable of talking for? And maybe also feel free to directly react to Esther's point.
Okay. Thank you, Insa, and thank you very much for the invitation participating on this very important panel. It's my first time here in Leipzig. A couple of colleagues of mine were more frequent, but now it's my turn. Just to start with a protest about your opening speech, talking about financing as hard thing and gender as soft. I don't really agree with that, but we can debate later. Well, looking at transportation and challenges on transportation for the development bank, especially on financing, we have well-established routines and instruments to provide financing, but would like to say, building up this pipeline of bankable projects, then we have not only in development bank, but in think tanks or all around. Project preparation facilities, like capacity building for implementation, etc. This is really very important. But we have to have in mind that I think a great part of, I can say most of the part of the investment on transportation will be led by the public sector, not by the private sector at all. So this is not only in terms of planning, and this is obvious when you look in a urban area or even planning corridors to boost competitivity, etc. You need public view on planning, but implementation and financing, it will be major public works at all. You know, here in Europe, you have around 25% private, 75% public. In Latin America, you have like 40 to 45% private, 60 to 55% public. But that may explain why we invest little on transportation. So that's a challenging question, is a provocative, but we have to have this in mind. And I think a crucial role for developing banks and think tanks, all the community, is to push forward on mobilizing resources, and especially fiscal resources, for the investment in transportation. This is very, very important. And talking about Latin American region, you know, mobilization of fiscal resources is one, explore the fiscal basis. You have to have efficient and fair tax systems. That's lagging in some countries, especially mine, Brazil, that have a lot of challenges in terms of tax systems. Everybody knows that since I was born in '64, but the generations know that pretty well. There's a Brazilian delegation around here that, of course, are taking into account an effort that this government is making towards the tax reform, but all the previous government tried that, and we had a lot of headaches, especially with this issue of stimulating public investment, and especially on transportation. So, mobilizing fiscal resources. Having fiscal resources as a complementary source to support private investment via PPPs and other inventive arrangements is crucially important, not only in long transportation, but urban transportation. And in urban transportation, a thing that we were mentioning on the previous session, the kind of equitability, accessibility, etc., means that you need arrangements to provide financing for urban mobility that's even more complicated than for long-range mobility. And this, in our countries, is a big task. Why? Because we're pretty recent on building up mass transportation in our big cities. And take a look, Latin America is an area of the world that you have a lot of cities with 5 million plus inhabitants. And this is a big challenge anywhere, and especially in a region that was focusing since the 60s on individual transportation. So we're late coming on mass transportation. We have cities like Bogota, that my dear friend Ángela has a special look on it, although she's from Barranquilla, but she had to take a look in Bogota. It's really challenging. A discussion on a city of 8 million inhabitants around that, that's been debating a metro since the 70s, and now it's being on implementation. Big city, big initiative, and of course, a big mess and a big headache. anywhere that you start implementing mass transportation systems. So this kind of challenge in the region, and taking into account that CAF is a regional bank with, I can say, no donor countries. We're just like a credit cooperative for infrastructure and development. At the end of the day, we have to take into account best practices, planning, procurement, all experience around the world to bring and adapt in a situation that's different from when London Metro was built, when the bus system of, let us see, what's an example in the world? And bus systems?
A bus system?
Yeah. It used to, no. But then this is quite recent, but long term. Curitiba in Brazil used to be on the 70s, but this is one city. Take this kind of examples all around and support not only using CAF's capital, but catalyzing resources all around in order to support, because our balance sheet regarding to the necessities of the region, it's like almost nothing. So we have a big challenge of mobilizing resources at a time that Latin America is not really on the spotlight of the world concerns. So this is our big challenge on the new administration that stepped in September. And right now we are scaling on that, not only in transportation, but almost in all areas of development, especially, and it's a novelty for us, on gender equality, that we used to have 3 or 4 technicians. Right now we have a whole team dedicated to it, not only regarding to transportation, and some of you guys may know Angie Palacios, that worked with me a lot of time, and it was a really amazing job, but a lot of other people really targeting on these challenges on the region. And well, let's go on with the question.
There was a lot of input. I would, because before we run out of time, like if there is like some questions from the audience. Oh, there is, okay, already. We will organize a microphone. Let's see who from the team is. Someone is moving. We will organize a microphone for you, Kalpana. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the panel. One of the questions I had is, when you talk about private sector, at least in Asia and in Africa, a lot of it is informal. So a big part of the transport sector that services the low-income communities, labor, domestic workers, others, is actually as part of the informal, who don't come under too much financing, they don't come under even too much legal regulation. There's a lot of gray areas there. But how do we? I don't think the answer is just to replace all of it. But how do we work in a way that we support those forms of transport, because they are the ones who are moving the majority of the people. So whether it's your taxi, the ones in South Africa, whether it's your jeepneys in Philippines, whether it's the matatu in Kenya, or the e-rickshaws in India and other places. So I think how do we ensure that they come under regulation, they function well, but at the same time it's not just taken over by big privatization and it becomes unaffordable again for people?
I think Benjamin, but also, Tony.
I can start, although I'm not an expert on informal sector integration, but I think it's a very important lens. I would, rather than to answer, I would to amplify your question. because it's such a huge challenge. I just would like to say, I mean, I think it's 70% of people in developing countries are moving through informal transport, so it's a reality that we can't ignore. And while we definitely need private capital to close the infrastructure gap, this challenge to integrate the informal sector is there. Our answer, and that we are in the process of defining it now, is the concept of just transition. So to recognize the value of societal benefits to the transport transformation, and to take into account those people who work or are using informal transport sector in the planning of sustainable transport systems. So that means when we close that infrastructure gap, and as I mentioned it, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, we are just now starting to build the infrastructure for the next in the next 30 years that is being needed, and that has to be done by including the informal sector. So that's maybe a very partial answer, but I would like to say I share your problem analysis. And I think we need to make the transition to sustainable transport a just transition, including those people in the informal sector.
I think there's some other direction answer.
I think I may react to your question. It's a really challenging question. You know, Latin America has the same kind of problem. A lot of informality, and a lot of effort to bring in some kind of regional arrangement, because when you have an unplanned transportation system, it's really close to chaotic. So when you go together with planning and trying to formalize the things, almost the experience that we had, it was like you have displacement. Some kind of displacement. So we don't have really a track where we had success in both making good planning, bringing everything into formality, let us say, and no one left behind. This very complicated combination. We have different experiences. Once again, I may mention Bogota, that made a lot of effort on this direction, and there's still a lot of bumpy road to go through in order to have this kind of harmonization. I think one basic thing is take into account that a lot of people depend not only as means of generating income, but as a means of going around. And then you try to build some planning where you have some main routes organized in a certain way that you can provide a more reasonable arrangement for not only transportation but traffic, especially on the big cities, together with some kind of local arrangements where you bring in informals in order to provide commuting to these main arteries on transportation. Some cities try to do this way, and one big challenge is to provide some kind of financing to improve the vehicles utilized by the informal sector. Because it's not only a matter of security, it's a matter of emissions. So you have to bring them in, build capacity, provide subsidized financing in order to support their activity and have their acceptance. That is quite important, because when you go on hardcore, you can have really big social problems. And sometimes protests that simply close all the cities. This is the kind of experience that we had in a lot of countries. some cities made up in order to give a complete prohibition of informal transportation, then you need a lot of police on the streets, you need a lot of repression. This really does not meet the target of bringing everybody into a evolutive process. But some places it was like this. And you have other examples in history, not only in Latin America, other areas that was this way. But right now, with all the commitments that we have, looking for the future, and the basic commitment of leaving nobody behind, this kind of innovative planning and transportation systems, taking into account informality and how to make a transition in this for a long time between a very bad, inefficient service to a more planned and inclusive service is really a big task. And here I would like to recognize the work of Ángela María Orozco. Colombia is really working hard in that, and it's an example for all the region, or why not, all the world. Thank you.
I just want to briefly come in with an example from our work, because I think your question is really spot on, and is the aspect that we can't overlook if we are trying to plan for more sustainable transport. It's not only about reducing emissions or reducing pollution, it's really taking into account that social aspect. And in our work with the sustainable asset valuation methodology, what we do is we start from the basis of systems thinking. And so what that allows you to do is to move away from models and methods, economic models and methods that focus on optimizing a single outcome of a project. We need more mobility from A to B. And what it does is it helps you to favor and identify the synergies between different development outcomes. So not only about the mobility from A to B, but also what does that do to the informal sector in this case, what does it do to air pollution, what does it do to GHG emissions, to market access, and to take that into account, to value that into cost-benefit analysis. And there are models and tools out there that can help us do that, but we have to use them, and we have to use them at scale. And an assessment that we were involved in a couple of years ago was on the BRT system in Dakar in Senegal, the bus rapid transit system. And one of the crucial questions that was asked there is, if we implement this BRT, what is this going to do to the other formal and informal modes of transportation that are ongoing? And what we saw was a net job loss in the other means of transport, in the other means that were providing for a lot of employment and income creation for specific groups in and around Dakar. But the overall assessment of the BRT provided for net income creation because other groups had more access to moving in and around Dakar. And so what those kind of approaches and assessments allow us to do is it sheds light for the government to see where are mitigation measures needed and where are other policies needed to be able to deal with those. And that's the just transition debate, the leaving no one behind. But it's really important that we shed light on that. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to these questions, but what's important is that we put the information on the table, and that, because otherwise we really risk leaving people behind in the investments in sustainable or actually unsustainable transport in those cases, right? So just wanted to provide that example.
Very interesting, and I think what you're working on, Lisbeth, with the SAVI assessment, that is actually something in the idea of having like a broader understanding of the effects of infrastructure. So while you have this, for us, like sounds amazing tool at hand, like what's like the hurdles for you to like implement the tool and work with it? Like what challenges do you face with this tool?
So the one that always comes to the forefront of the discussion is where's the data, how do we get the data there? And what I really liked about the conversation we had this morning at breakfast, but also the previous session, is there are many stakeholder groups that have the data. They need to be included in the process. And so what we're trying to do with the assessments is not only work with women groups who can tell us about what's the demand, what are their needs. It's also about those working in environmental agencies that are often not around the table when we're further down into the process, calculating the cost-benefit analysis. But the information is there. It just sits scattered in silos. And where the information is not there, it's important that we ask the questions. So we start setting up the data systems, which actually, to me, is also an excellent example there with the data mobility hubs that you're setting up and collecting data, making that also in a way that is user-friendly for incorporating that in the planning process. So I think lots of good things are out there. We need to do just more of it.
So also thanks to CAF for the TUMI data efforts. I think that's in close collaboration. So talking of scale, we have like the momentum of the G7 presidency in Germany with a strong focus of infrastructure. So maybe Benjamin, could you give us like your perspective on like how could we like make use of this momentum with like more visibility for the infrastructure topic?
I'm happy to try. A disclaimer, maybe to start with, this is work in process, so in progress. So actually tomorrow and after tomorrow, our Minister Svenja Schulze and her development cooperation colleagues, ministers, will meet in Berlin to discuss the Partnership for Infrastructure and Investment, which is the German or the BMZ deliverable to the G7 process. What is for sure that this partnership for infrastructure and investment will have two dimensions. One is private capital mobilization. So Tony mentioned it, it's very important, and maybe Latin America with 40% of private capital mobilization is something to learn from. But that's the first dimension. The second dimension is a country-led partnership-based dimension. So within this partnership PII, we are trying to build up partnerships with partner countries and with them to develop strong infrastructure implementation partnerships, focusing either on health or on climate infrastructure. And I think we all agree that transport infrastructure might be considered part of the climate infrastructure, as it has such a big contribution to GHG emissions. So this is work in process. I think the overall message that we can take for us is that there's a renewed and stronger perspective, focus on infrastructure, and it's both bilateral implementation and global multilateral normative open tasks that we have. It's not only the German G7 presidency that is speaking about the necessity to work on higher standards and higher ambition and more implementation in infrastructure. It's also the EU Global Gateway strategy, the connectivity strategy, which is explicitly mentioning transport, by the way, as one of 5 priority areas. Already the UK G7 presidency included transport and infrastructure discussion. Build Back Better for the World, the US-led initiative too, of course, has a strong transport initiative. So I think if I would have to formulate a message or a task for us is to contribute to the debate by things such as the TUMI conference today, by defining ways and finding ways how to close the infrastructure gap and increase ambition in the transport sector, and see that as a contribution to the overall infrastructure debate. Which is very much in energy focused, which is clear because energy is the largest task when it comes to mitigation, and it's very relevant too for the transport sector, because without the decarbonization of the energy sector, we won't have a decarbonized transport sector. But I think we have the task to position the transport sector too. We know that I think it's hard to find funding today for oil pipelines or gas pipelines, so fossil fuels in energy infrastructure is very difficult to, or more difficult at least than earlier, and a couple of years ago to find funds for. But in transport, I think we were lagging a bit behind on that standard and exclusion debate that's starting now at COP26 with the zero-emission vehicle debate. So do we want to exclude some kind of infrastructure investments in the future? I think we're at the beginning of this process, but that's where we stand and where I would like to continue the discussion with all of you.
Thank you very much. Before we're heading to the final thoughts, maybe if there's another question from the audience. There's, okay, in the back. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Victor from TUMI. Benjamin, you mentioned this metaphor of cooking. We have the receipt, you just had to start cooking. I was wondering because sometimes we have to use someone's kitchen, we don't have the pan, and not everyone will like to eat what we cook. So the question would be, is it possible to ensure this transformation without engaging all the sectors? I come from the water sector, and actually since 3-4 years I started working, and I see the complexity of the transport sector and the mobility sector, and I have the feeling that we have to start cooking, but we have to engage everyone. How do you see that is possible is it possible in such a small time to close the gap?
Don't put the spotlight too much on this, on the recipe cooking metaphor, please. It's definitely not a perfect metaphor. No, but you're right, of course. You can't only work on one sector and forgetting about the others. I just mentioned the energy sector, I think, which is the one which is very closely linked to the transport sector. The other sector which I see which is very important is the urban sector, urban planning. So you can't transform the transport sector without transforming the way we plan and build cities. So the short answer is, of course, you have to take into account different sectors, and you can't just apply one-size-fits-all approaches or single sector approaches to infrastructure planning. Just one thought. I think the difficulty is that infrastructure is always or very often defined in a cross-sectoral manner. If you look at the G20 QI principles, for example, they are not for one specific sector. But at the same time, they are so general that sometimes it's difficult to narrow them down to one sector. So that's maybe the difficulty, to have specific goals and standards for one sector without forgetting the other sectors. Right?
Esther.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I just wanted to jump in and stay a little bit with your with the image of the cooking recipe. So you mentioned, and imagine if not everybody wants to eat what the cook has been prepared. And I think this is actually something that we are facing very much when we're working with our counterparts with the cities, that the different sectors and departments even don't want to come in. So they say, look, that's not my business, that's the infrastructure department over there, or that's the mobility department, why do you call me now? So there are a lot of issues, and we need to start really breaking the silos there. And I think this is also nothing new, but this is still ongoing. And I think it's also related very much with how public administrations are still structured. So it's very heavy in terms of mandates, roles, responsibilities. So if somebody has the feeling this is not within my mandate, I also don't act without being like pushed to act. So and there I think it comes back to the political ownership of a specific project, so that the politicians are sure and decisive what they want to work on, that the sustainable infrastructure shall be sustainable and climate related and really serve for mitigation, but also include different vulnerable groups and be accessible, so that these all components come together and then, in the end, provide the mandate to the different sectors to sit together. But I think this, and there it's coming like to another point, this is not done from one day to the other. So I think sometimes we are facing a lot of time constraints. We want to push, we want to get the infrastructure prepared, doing the feasibility study, and then really like urge for implementation, and the cities are also stressed about this. On the other hand, such processes need their time, and this needs to be calculated in the overall preparation phase as well.
Thank you. Lisbeth.
I mean, very, very good question, no easy answers. I think we can't afford not to make it possible. So we just need to find our ways to make it happen. And in the kitchen cooking analogy, I think we need more chefs in the kitchen. And then hopefully not only will the meal be better, but we'll also have more pleasure enjoying it together. And I think in the transport area, one, in a way, almost obvious, let's say, chef that we should add to the kitchen are the people who work around health, energy, water. But in the health sector, it's almost obvious the unsustainable infrastructure leads to air pollution, enormous health costs that will eventually be borne by governments, which actually also brings us to the whole discussion around fiscal resources and funding budgets. If we can cut health budgets because we invest in more sustainable transport infrastructure, those are the things we should be looking for. Those are the synergies we need to exploit by working together. So,
Tony, and keep it short.
Well, let's go into cooking too. But talking about clean cooking and clean transportation, and I will be straight here. You guys know that Latin America has a lot of oil and gas resources. And one way of cleaning both cooking and transportation is through natural gas. So from the CAF standpoint, gas will be one of the fuels of the energy transition. We're holding that idea and supporting our countries in order to make a transition, but make a transition using rationally the resources that we have, bringing down emissions step by step in order to arrive, okay, on a complete electrification. Yet it's possible to go into that, but especially when you, let us take an example. Transportation, you regard the informal transportation. It's much cheaper to turn a motor into natural gas than replace it for electric transportation. So this is not only in terms of a path of using resources in order to make the transition, it's using resources to make the transition more equitable too. So we will target that on the near future.
Thank you so much. With regards to time, and I think we could continue with cooking analogies, but some very short final thoughts, like are you hopeful for a true transport infrastructure transformation, or do you see like lots of challenges and lots of hurdles along the way? Very quick round. Hopeful or more on the pessimistic challenges side? Starting with you.
Yep, okay. Just a quick message, as we are in a space, why not to say, with a lot of technocrats, and this is good. Just a quick message. There's no good policies without good politics. So please, let us step into politics too. Okay, Thank you.
Well, I'm very hopeful. Just being here, I think, makes me hopeful. I think we see a lot of good things happening, and we need to keep going to scale up the efforts and to do our jobs.
Yes, I would also say I'm hopeful, especially when we look at the fact that most of the infrastructure is yet to be built. So that's a small, but there is a window of opportunity, and I think we are just, but still in time. So that's it.
I can't spoil now. So, I'm really hopeful, and I'm very positive because looking at the local level, we experience really a lot of excitement now. Also that different groups are more engaged, and even like the so-called vulnerable groups that are generally sidelined now have like more space in terms of participation. And I think this is really giving a lot of power as well, and pushes also the municipal governments, but also the national governments to act, to react on those demands, but to act in favor and to work on sustainable infrastructure, but also on a more equitable level, and to give access to all.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
So thank you for this wonderful discussion. A lot of references to cooking, because we had this session at the lunchtime. I just wanted to let you know that we have also some, not only food for thought, but also some finger food outside the room. So if you feel hungry, please go outside, grab some finger food, and do not forget to come back here in, not to miss our next session. Ich warte mal. Mach mal kurz eine Pause, weil wenn ich was sage, das ist ja... I just came to know that there has been some accident with the food. No? The food will arrive in 10 minutes. Sorry for this. So I hope that the food arrived and you had your chance to get some coffee, some water, something to eat. We would like to ask you to come back to the room, yeah, to join our next panel here. So please take your seat again. Noch ein bisschen näher. So, doch.
Sergio ist in der Leitung. Ist hier schon? Ja. Zweimal gefragt. Das ist, glaube ich, auf der Seite, aber... Die Vorstellung war einfach eine andere, glaube ich. Aber es stimmt nicht.
Ich glaube, ihr solltet einfach starten oder in Kauf nehmen, dass der Anfang noch ein bisschen unruhig wird. Weil die werden, ich kann nicht, also viele essen noch oder ich glaube, sie werden nach und nach reintropfen. Aber lass uns nicht so viel, genau. Das ist deine Moderation, ja. Da musst du einfach rein. Genau, aber wir müssen ein bisschen in Line bleiben mit der Zeit tatsächlich. Das ist unsere Schuld, dass wir das anders schedulen. Aber startet einfach.
Aber jetzt, glaube ich.
Aber zumindest ist das Bild stabil da.
Genau, sehr gut.
Okay.
Vielleicht kannst du noch 5 Minuten rausholen oder sowas und dann sind wir halbwegs in Not.
Sollte ruhig sein, der Abschluss. Ne?
Müssen wir nicht, genau. Wir müssen keine Fragen stellen.
So, please take your seat. We'll come to our next panel. And the next panel will be moderated by Angelika Zwicky from the German Development Bank KfW. So we'll also have the Development Bank here on the panel. And Angelika is the Principal Sector Economist, Urban Development and Sustainable Mobility at KfW. And she has worked in several countries across Europe, Asia, Africa, and South America. So she will moderate the session, Regional Connectivity, Investing in Green Mobility Corridors. Please, Angelika, the floor is yours.
Hello. I'm happy to be here, and I assume I will have a tough job to prevent you from getting tired after all these interesting sessions. But I'm sure we will have an interesting panel on regional connectivity, investing in green mobility. So, our panelists today are Sergio Olliete-Josa. He's a team leader for transport, infrastructure and connectivity at the European Commission's Directorate General for International Partnerships. Hello, Sergio. Good to see you. We would have loved to have him here, but he is very busy. We will learn to know why. So we are happy to have him here online. Our next guest I want to say hello is James Leather. He is the Chief of Transport Sector Group from the Asian Development Bank. Yes, please. And normally I wanted to welcome my head of division, Christian, but he couldn't make it due to a health problem, to a serious health problem. So I'm happy to say hello to Dr. Rainer Koblow. He's my colleague at KfW and can perfectly also answer all questions concerning the KfW way to a greener mobility. We have talked a lot about cooking in the session before, and I think we will now inform you about some new recipes which the development banks and the European Union choose to overcome one of the big gaps, that is the investment and financing gap. One of these ways is a communication released end of last year, which is called Global Gateway. I will say a few words on what Global Gateway is about before Sergio informs us how Global Gateway is implemented in the African continent and how the European Union makes sure that it will be green, the infrastructure. So the communication on Global Gateway is Europe's offer for connecting the world with investments and partnerships. And countries need to create better living conditions for people to tackle today's global challenges. I don't need to name him: climate, health, sustainable development. And last but not least, stronger supply chains to help us have our food, our drinks, and all other goods we need for daily life. Key guiding principles from the EU Global Gateway strategy for investments are democratic values, good governance and transparency, equal partnership, green and clean, security-focused, and catalyzing private sector investment. So quite similar to all the other initiatives we learned about from Benjamin before, which is the G7 partnerships and others. The budget is Euro 300 billion. And there will be a Team Europe approach that is all EU institutions, member states, development banks, private sector stakeholders of the European Union team up to ensure that infrastructure investments are increased. So may I ask Sergio now to let us know about the process on the selection criteria for EU Global Gateway links in Africa. And of course, we are here at TUMI, we stress the transport corridors.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Angelica, for having invited me to participate in this panel. As you say, I couldn't do it to be in person, and I apologize for that. We are ourselves in the European Commission in quite busy now, and in particular in my team, we couldn't have enough people these days to go to Leipzig to be with you. One of the reasons why we are very busy is because we are organizing now the European Development Days that will take place in the 21st and 22nd of June. And by the way, it will be focusing on the Global Gateway, so I take the opportunity to invite you all to attend. It will be hybrid, but of course, if the health conditions allow, we invite you to be in person here. And as I'm saying, it will focus on Global Gateway, and several topics, several events and high-level panels will be about transport and sustainable mobility. So I think it will be very interesting for all of you. So let me then briefly explain how we are implementing Global Gateway on the field, and in this particular case, what we are doing in Africa. I'm going to share some slides about what was agreed in the last Europe-Africa Summit in the conclusions, what there was an announcement about what is called the EU-Africa Global Gateway Investment Package, and as part of this package, there is a list of corridors that we have selected and where the EU intends to invest priority. And the reason why, let's see if I can go to the next slide. The reason why we selected these corridors is because well, came from the reality that, in fact, the infrastructure gap in Africa is so big that at the end of the day, if the EU funds, not only from the Commission, but even putting together the Eastern Europe, the member states together, it was very difficult to have a real impact and not to scatter our effort all around Africa. So we thought that it was much more efficient to be selective and concentrate investment in a limited number of corridors. And also by doing this, being much more focused, we were able to give more visibility to our partner African countries, to the African counterparts, so they know that where we are going to invest. And also, it was much more efficient from the point of view that if we wanted to achieve our climate ambitions and decarbonize transport and green, by doing this, by concentrating the investment in a limited number of corridors, can improve multimodality and to promote alternative modes of transport. So in this way, as I'm saying, the increased demand for transport in Africa can be met without necessarily increasing carbon emissions. I'm trying the. Okay. So what I'm going to say now is how we to the selection of this of the selected corridors. I anticipate that well, and it's already public. It is part of the EU-Africa Global Gateway Investment Package. There are 11 corridors that we have selected. We started from a long list of 55 corridors that we identify thanks to the Africa official documents, in particular the PIDA, so the regional master plans. So in total, we listed 55 corridors in Africa, from which we selected, as I'm saying, 11. One important thing that it's important to highlight that I wanted to highlight in the previous slides, 11 corridors doesn't mean that corridors are more important than others. We are not prioritizing behalf of the Africans. We are just selecting where we see that EU can be more, as I was saying before, more efficient. So this is an EU tool, a programmatic tool, and important, and as we will see in the map later on when the corridors, is that this doesn't mean that corridors are more important than others. So we started with a quantitative analysis, as you can see here. And for doing this quantitative analysis, we did 4 scenarios. And this is, I think, very interesting on the discussions today, because selecting one corridor on others will depend on what you are prioritizing. For example, if you want to prioritize a scenario, a green scenario, then it means that you have to avoid developing corridors in protected areas or high biodiversity, or you need to promote corridors where you have a lot of availability for renewable energy, or you perhaps you want to promote this corridor where you have for multimodality. In other scenarios, like you see here, you can promote a scenario based on human development, peace and security. And in this case, perhaps one corridors where there is more in more landlocked areas, or where there are conflict zones, or where there are low levels of human development, which may be contradictory with the scenario. You can see here what we call sustainable jobs and growth scenario, where this is the, let's say, the classical scenario of economic development, where you have a trade corridor going from the port to the hinterland. But normally, when you have this scenario as a priority, you will select corridors that already work pretty well. There are a lot of exchanges, a lot of trade thread. And finally, and this is the first scenario you have on the top left of the slide, we also look what are, let's say, the new interests on the board. Because as there is this change of paradigm with the global gateway, where we are still giving a priority to develop aid, but at the same time we want to look at what is the European competitiveness outside Europe. We also look at the corridors that cannot have the interest of the European company. So I see these four scenarios: strengthening Europe-African connectivity, Green Deal scenario, development, peace and security, and sustainable growth can be contradictory or can be supportive. Can support each other. For doing this, we identified 32 indicators, and depending on what scenario, we were pushing more cursor of one indicator or others. As this is the example I just, we want to push for a human development scenario, we push more the for example, on access to water and sanitation. We want to push more for biodiversity and sustainability. We will slow down the cursor on protected area. So doing this, we could have different rankings, as you can see here. I'm not going to go into the details, but it's a study which is done between the Joint Research Center and the IFA. We are publications, and we can explain more in detail how we achieve this for different scenarios and for different rankings. So when we had all this ranking, we had combined these four scenarios to make the final selection of 11 courses. And here, thanks to taking into consideration the result of this quantitative analysis, thanks to multi-analysis criteria created by Gers over the center, we passed to a qualitative analysis because obviously with the only quantitative data, we cannot capture all the realities. And these are maybe qualitative analysis with situation, the negative analysis of the corridor, also the positive one, and then also we didn't want also to start from scratch, look where the was already supporting the corridors. So all this exercise brought us to envisage the work on this 11 corridor, the corridor that ends here. As I'm saying, it doesn't mean that other corridors in Africa are not important as fundamental, but this is the result of a reconciliation between these different scenarios, looking at the EU interest and where we think that EU should be investing in priority according to the global gateway priorities. As I am saying, that is bringing together the international cooperation, the development aid, with the fact that companies of EU companies outside. So finally, my last slide, a little bit the way forward. As I said at the beginning, this is part of the EU Africa package, so it was already announced. It was announced the African Union. Now we are working together with the African Union Commission, with Audan Epat, the FX in Africa, to see how we can best corridors. By the way, corridors have a high alignment with the PIDA, the PIDA, so in respect have been working very close with the African counterparts. Then also, even like, as I said at the beginning, the reasoning behind this exercise, the reality that we realized that European funds at the end of the day are not much, and to transfer all over Africa will be not efficient, and we need to select, concentrate some corridors. The second phase of the DRC study that we want to do with is to narrow down our choices along the corridor. Even like this, sorry, even having selected 11 corridors, the funds are not much, so we want to even be more, focus more over case intervention, where we have more potential, in particular where we have more potential carbonization for being more efficient, and where we can also work on the value chain, and finally, but at the end of the day, what we want to do is help to have great pipelines, have physical projects, and to really be able to build this the infrastructure gap, good projects, and the green agenda. And I think, Angelica, I will stay here, and I can come back later. There are more. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. The sound, unfortunately, was not very good, but I hope nevertheless you could follow this very interesting process to identify linkages and improve connectivity, not just green indicators like biodiversity or something like that, but also you're looking for jobs and others. This was quite an impressive selection process. But let's go over to Asia. James, as you represent the Asian Development Bank, please give us your thoughts on the current trade situation and regional connectivity in Asia and how you see this developing. Is the future greener?
I hope so, that's a simple answer. But let me give a little bit more background. I'm from the Asian Development Bank, so this is really looking at Asia and the Pacific region. I think fundamentally we are, despite there being a huge difference in the range of countries that are covered in Asia, the underlying fact is that the demand for travel will significantly increase, both for passengers and for freight. Some estimates we have India's freight movements will increase 5-fold over the next 2 to 3 decades, and China's trade volumes are likely to increase 3-fold. So this is a huge demand increase. And I'll get to the sort of corridors, but the important part of that is while there are staggeringly large trade corridors already in existence, they're a fraction of the type of trade corridors that we will require by 2030 and by 2050 and beyond. Now, we were looking at something in the sub-region, so the Greater Mekong sub-region and the CAREC for Central Asia and SASEC for South Asia, very similar to what was just shown. And they started off as regional connect corridors. So for example, we had an east-west corridor that went from Vietnam through to Thailand and on to Myanmar. They moved to sort of economic corridors, not just trade, physical connectivity corridors. And I think that's important because when we're looking at what the future may be, it's not just that so many more containers need to be moved, so much more bulk cargo needs to be moved, or people need to be moved, but looking at how the interaction of a multimodal transport system needs to be developed. And I think from an Asian perspective, in terms of a greener future, we have the opportunity, if we need to grow several orders of magnitude up, then we have a significant amount of investments yet to be made. So how do we make sure that they're green? And if I may steal something very quickly from the urban side on the avoiding, shifting, improve, how does that apply to the trade? The lower hanging fruits, I think, within greener is probably within urban transport, but we can't just focus on that. We need to look at all of them. So in those economic corridors, can we get clusters where we avoid the need for long distance trips in logistics chains? Can we shift to much more energy efficient modes of transport? Just as we shift to public transport, can we shift from road to rail or to water transport? And obviously the improved side, looking at a harder nut to crack than perhaps e-buses, but for the weight of the vehicles and the maritime sector, the aviation sector, all of these need to be looked at. That may sound a bit negative, but I'm very optimistic that the sector will become fully decarbonized. It's just over what time frame and how quickly we can do that. But we see it with that amount of investment that the focus can really be accelerated to make sure that we invest in green infrastructure and green operations right from the outset. And I think the awareness is there. Thanks.
But allow me the question, how does ADB spur investments?
A simple answer is sort of two ways. One is dialogue with the governments to identify where the movement of people and goods are likely to happen, similar approach that was demonstrated, and therefore where the bottlenecks may be. And those soft components as well as the hard infrastructure requirements. What's a problem at a border crossing point? If it takes you 24 hours to cross that border, what impact has that got on the cost of transportation? And are we seeing very circuitous routes to avoid those bottlenecks and therefore longer travel times, more expensive transportation costs and so on? So there's that policy discussion at the regional basis, not just at the national, it has to be national, but then looking at how that connects to the regional corridors. And then demonstration projects, and just to mention a few, green ports, looking at those, how we can, and particularly a number of ports now in Pacific islands, that's their lifeline, being so remote, looking at the infrastructure that's assigned and really on the ports itself, the facilities, but not, you're going back to your earlier question on not having that lock-in as the vessels migrate to cleaner vessels, what will be the facilities required in those ports as well. So that's on one side. A huge push for rail and electrification of rail for longer distance travel, maritime shipping as well, to more energy efficient mode to move that, as well as a number of investments, going into the urban transport as well. But policy, I think, will have the biggest impact because it's going to be able to deliver something at scale where it will make a difference, both in terms of the ability to move people and goods, but also do that in a green future. But then with those demonstration projects and financial support as well as the technical support on specific projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Rainer, KfW has projects in all 3 continents. We work together in Asia, in South America, but also in Africa. What is KfW's actual portfolio and commitment in the transport sector, and how you ensure that there are no lock-in effects on the route to a greener mobility?
Thank you very much, Angelika. Now, when talking about the portfolio of KfW, it should be noted that in contrast to ADB, KfW is a National Development Bank of Germany, so we are following the guidance and strategy of the German development policy, represented here, for example, by the German Ministry of Development Cooperation, also with the representative of Benjamin Jerome here in the room. So this is in general the policy we are following, and that's why for the last about 10 years our portfolio is very strongly focused on improving the mobility infrastructure in urban centers all over the world. Our major concentration of the project is in the big Asian cities, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, and also in Latin America. Over the last 5 to 10 years, we had a financing volume of about 1 billion euro per year. All these investments are strongly focused on, let's say, green investment, which means reducing greenhouse gas emissions. With this investment, we managed so far to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the range of about 1.5 million tons per year. So this was mainly the focus of our project financing over the recent years. We also had a relatively smaller volume focused on the corridors, mainly for reconstruction, like in the recent years in Afghanistan. So it's very, very rarely that we finance roads in Afghanistan. For special reasons, we finance roads there, which is finished now. Then we have also a limited portfolio with regard to rural roads and regional roads, mainly also as feeders to the main corridors. And here the, let's say the development objective is more on climate adaptation to get the people living there more higher climate resilience and poverty reduction. So these are the different objectives in the cities and in the corridor as far as we are doing business in corridors. This might change in future, especially now with the Global Gateway Initiative of the EU.
Thank you so much. However, we are here at TUMI and we are talking about regional connectivity. So, James, how is ADB's point of view, and considering we are at Transformative Urban Mobility Conference, how do you perceive the role of urban nodes within your efforts of promoting trade and transport? You indicated already you are involved in some harbors. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Sure. This is a very round number, but if economic activity is around 75% urban, which means that a lot of those trade corridors will be focused to and from the urban node. So I think it's essential that the corridors that were demonstrated in Africa or the corridors, economic corridors we have across Asia, they connect the key hubs of economic activity, so it's the urban area. And trying to sort of map out that entire logistics chain to the urban centers, where those economic activities, where the centers of production happen, and looking at, is that future greener, and just sort of imagining ports are usually right in the center or close to a capital city or a major city. How is that port connected to the rest of the transportation network within a country or within a sub-region? I mean, the ideal situation is you prioritize the different modes to cater for the greatest demand and therefore the lowest emissions. So hopefully you would have a very efficient port with a lot of space, hopefully outside the city, so you're not creating extra congestion from a lot of truck movements in and around urban areas. Hopefully connected with a major railway port to take it to inland container terminals where they can be distributed through the road network. So it's that full of integration. But at the regional level, is there a primary hub, sort of Singapore as an excellent example, or Shanghai? Are there feeder routes? So Singapore to Bangkok, and then Bangkok up to Sihanoukville in Cambodia. It's that sort of connectivity of the maritime transport and the national connectivity within there. But getting back into the urban areas, if that is where a lot of the demand is focused around and where a lot of the production activities happen, how is that factored into the rest of the logistics chains as well as the distributions within the local area? I suspect there's a lot of redundant movements in and around cities as trucks are full one direction or another. So we really need to look at that fully integrated multimodal transport systems with the focus on those urban hubs, but looking at how the logistics chains, infrastructure, soft and hard, is provided to make sure that full movements of both people and goods are provided for.
Thank you. That was really put to the point. Sergio, I would like to pose you the same question. EU by nature is a regional organization, so focus is on regions and regional connectivity. But how you perceive, what is the EU's perspective on urban nodes within the corridors?
Thank you, Angelica. I think James explained it very well, because we share the same view on the importance of the urban nodes, urban hubs, as engines of these corridors, and the other, on the contrary, it can be the main bottlenecks and obstacle to develop these corridors. I remember some years ago, I was working in a EU delegation in Africa, and we were building supporting in the construction of a road between two capitals. Before we concluded the construction of this road, the time of the travel between the two capitals was 6 hours. When we finalized the work, it was 300 kilometers, sorry, or 300 kilometers, was 6 hours. But you know, 300 kilometers, you should be able to do it in 3 hours. And we only managed to reduce the time of the trips from 6 to 5 hours. And why? Because to exit these two capitals, there were so huge traffic jams because they were congested, that at the end of the day, the time savings along the corridors were completely cancelled or reduced by the fact that to exit the city, there were this traffic jams. So the works, the facilitation for the corridors to be working, we need to intervene along the urban node, because they really act as a bottleneck. I'm not going also to mention other examples of African cities where the main port is located, and the interface between the port and the city is so complex, complicated, that a lot of cargo trade is taking hours just to leave the city. So all the time saving that you can improve by rehabilitating, by doing roads, by doing railways, if there is a bottleneck in the city, it will completely compensated or cancelled by the. So yes, and I would also like to say a couple of our JRCs that help us to select this corridor for corridors and urban systems in Africa, because for us, these corridors is understood as a study of. And one last thing I wanted to mention, in fact, we model a little bit the approach we are having in Africa with what's going on now in Europe, because as you probably know, or if you're not aware, I can explain very briefly, the current policy is being reviewed. And the proposal from the Commission, in fact, is to give more prominence, more importance for the urban nodes, exactly for the same reason as in Asia. So yes, indeed, we look and we think that most of the investment we want to build these corridors, or a big part of the investment will along these urban nodes. But and I finish here. I want also to mention that also we look. It's nothing to do with urban mobility, but I just want to say that we also not get the rural mobility, because we still think that is important, and we look at how these fit roads going to the agricultural areas can help also to need to be rehabilitated and maintained. Otherwise, again, we have a problem because the corridors cannot develop a full potential.
Thank you so much for the explanations. I would have had a lot of other questions to my panelists, but in sake of time and as we started a little bit late, nevertheless I would use the opportunity if we have an audience here, so please, one question would be fine, I think.
Hello, my name is Kate. I'm representing C40 Cities. Earlier this year, you may have seen an announcement by the ports of Los Angeles and ports of Shanghai, led by the mayors of those two cities, announcing a partnership to create a green transportation corridor. And these two cities will be working together to advance the take-up of zero-emission ships. They're anticipating launching a zero-emission ship by 2030, and also to reduce the emissions of port operations together as well by sharing best practice. I'd be interested in the panelists' opinion on any other cities that might join this type of initiative and whether they're supporting them at all.
Who might answer? I think James has already the micro.
I guess half of it's in my court, so yes. It's a very interesting development, and I think those pairings, or a trade corridor or an economic green corridor, because the facilities at both ends have to do that. We've been looking at the transition to hydrogen vessels or whatever it may be in the future to ensure that there's those seamless connectivities. We're not directly involved in either of those ports, obviously not Los Angeles, but not Shanghai either. That feed network I was discussing, that is the way that a key improvement of maritime transport is happening. We need to make sure that any feeder routes to the port of Shanghai are also following the latest technologies in terms of vessel improvements and facilities that are required at those feeder ports. And yes, it will trickle down, but there'll be a hierarchical structure. The demand Shanghai, Los Angeles is so high, they probably just keep at those two. There are a number of other major node ports within there, and the feeder networks come through. But again, it has to be seen as an entire operating systems, whether it's just the maritime sector or maritime plus the land-based transport that feeds into those ports as well.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for not be able to allow some more questions. The panelists will be around, so please, including me, so please don't hesitate to ask us. I want to briefly summarize what I've got from this panel. So the worldwide challenges are increasing, and resilience of supply chains get more and more importance, which means we need reliable networks and we need to foster connectivity. But this is also very positive in terms of job creation and promote low-carbon pathways, as we learned with the selection process of the European Union. Competitiveness is determined by urban nodes and hinterland and corridor connectivity, and global gateway is one answer of the European Union, which in the Team Europe approach we will certainly hear more about in the future. Tomorrow during ITF and also during the Ministers' press conference about the G7 infrastructure initiative, we will hear about more initiatives to address the huge infrastructure gap. Thank you for listening and looking forward to the next sessions.
Yeah, thank you for the moderation and the discussion, for zooming out a little bit from the urban mobility and putting it into the larger picture of economic development and how connecting the urban hubs to spur this development, and also thank you for recovering our delay. So now I would like to give the word to some of the TUMI partners that will join us virtually around the globe in some short impulse talks. Our first speaker will be Justin Coetzee. Justin is the CEO and founder of Go Metro, and he's also the CEO of Go Essendle. a global mobility advisory company founded by Essential Group and Go Metro. You're already on the screen, Justin, so please go ahead and give us some insight into the topic of connecting the continent, the power of digitalization to transform Africa's transport and logistics sector. So I think we can already see you, Justin. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thanks. Sorry, I was just trying to unmute. Thank you. It's definitely marvelous to be here. Hopefully, you see my presentation. And I'm here just to share an update on news on a project we're doing in Africa, in South Africa, in the town of Stellenbosch, introducing electromobility to the informal transit sector. So in South Africa, the informal paratransit sector is growing. It really is moving as the majority mode and moves more than 70% of all public transport users. It is a large contributor to the fiscus, as it currently purchases more than 2 billion tons of fuel every year, and it employs about more than 500,000 people in productive work. Over the last 5 years, we've been collecting data on informal transit around cities around the world, and particularly in South Africa, as part of the move to integrated public transport
Justin,
network.
Sorry to interrupt, but the connection or the audio quality is not so good. Could you please try to speak maybe more closer to your mic?
I'll do so. Is that any better?
Yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic. So we have a large data set of informal transit operations, knowing what they need and how they work. And so we've been profiling what a vehicle does every day. And so an informal paratransit vehicle is doing about 100 to 150 kilometers of travel, doing 12 trips, and most importantly, 65% of the time, it's standing still. And so that represents a huge opportunity when moving to electromobility. Yet there are no major plans in place to decarbonize this hard to decarbonize industry until now. So the reason why we aren't seeing electric minibuses in South Africa or any other African country is firstly a lack of EV supply, a lack of models, the high upfront cost that comes with batteries, a lack of charging ecosystem. There are no chargers really in the general population in most African countries. The trust of this new technology is not there because there's no proof points yet. And we have this marvelous thing called load shedding, which is regular power disruptions and power cuts that happen on a weekly or monthly basis. All of these are contributing to a suppression in demand or feasibility of minibus electrification in South Africa. Yet we need to do this. We need to decarbonize the minibus taxi industry and look at e-mobility through a global south lens. And so what's it going to take? Well, firstly, we need to find suitable electric minibus models. Not everybody is going to be able to afford or be interested in buying and operating 60-seat electric buses. Those are available in the market, yet we need to see smaller bus forms electrified. New financing models with a pay as you drive or pay as you save will be needed and required. And we don't know much about electric vehicle charging on a mass market scale that will micro-charge instant by instant. And what is the automotive manufacturing plan for living with this new technology? And so we're working in South Africa on a three-pronged strategy. Firstly, let the state do what the state does best, which is build, regulate, enforce. And so we're working with a number of local government departments on solar public transport interchanges, on holding facilities and priority lanes, TOD facilities, and electronic monitoring and enforcement of operating licenses. Secondly, and most disruptively, at Go Metro, we really believe that we need to place the minibus industry at the center of a network, not as a feeder system or as a system to replace with a bigger mode, but rather to sit in the room and plan together, because these operators will be there long after the consultants leave. And so it's so important that we work with the industry at the heart of solutions that cities can live with in the long term. And thirdly, let's find good quality, affordable electric minibus models. We have many bus models in the last years that have come about. We now need to see many electric minibus models come to market. What's exciting about our work in South Africa is that we're establishing an electric vehicle charging model site with Stellenbosch municipality. That beautiful piece of land you see there will soon house 7 charge stations in an integrated facility that will include the community and the association at the heart of running, managing, and operating the first electric charge facility at a paratransit or public transport interchange in South Africa, in Stellenbosch. We will be working on constructing it this year to come online early next year, 600 square meters with solar, battery, and a range of charging equipment, bringing EVs straight to the market, as it were. In the short term, we want to source 40 operating vehicles to operate in Stellenbosch by the middle of next year, to really be the proof points that we can live with this technology and make it work at a local level. Our medium to long-term goal is to partner with OEMs to locally produce electric minibuses and distribute them throughout South Africa. And we're very aware of the strain on the grid that this could represent. And so we are looking at offline systems from day one, using EV battery storage and minibus solar charge facilities. It's very exciting to really be at the forefront of a Global South initiative like this. And we are at TUMI today virtually to encourage partners to reach out, whether you're in research, funding, in finance, or in transport development. We believe this model could be very applicable to electromobility conversion in the broader Global South, anywhere where the minibus is king. And so we are appealing today at the conference to have partners reach out to us and work with us at this pilot site, but also to take the principles and learnings to projects around the world. Thank you. You can reach me here.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you very much for your inputs about, and I assume directly dialing in from South Africa today to our TUMI conference. I personally found it very interesting when you said that, electrifying minibus needs to be done in the mindset of this system becoming the backbone transport system, not just as a sideline activity. So thank you very much for that reminder and input. We have another virtual participant in the line, okay, not yet on the screen. We have with us today from Jordan, Professor Lina Shbeeb. She's a former Jordan transport minister and an associate professor at the Al Hussein Technical University. She's also a freelance consultant for many transport-related projects in Jordan. There she is. Okay, I can see her coming up on the screen. Welcome to our TUMI conference today. And I would hand the attention of the audience to you now. I would just kindly ask you to stick close to your microphone because we have a bit of problems with the transmission. No? Can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. You.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. If I need to share my screen.
Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, it's a bit shaky. I also need to remind Justin to unlink his screen share so you can have the full screen attention. Okay, thanks, Justin. And yeah, we can see your presentation coming up now.
So I'm going to walk you through a little background about Jordan and something related to the public transportation in Jordan and what we are currently doing in the country as something which we consider as breakthrough over the many years. We have been looking to have something in the ground where better transportation, public transportation. So for those who do not know anything about Jordan, so Jordan is one of the biggest countries. It's a small 11 million people estimated one, and it's growing. Rate ranges between 2.5. It's around 90,000 square kilometers, and its administrative, as you can see, is divided into a four districts. It is classified as the emerging market economy in the country. Amman, the capital city, the country, has a population of like 4.8 million, accounting around 43% of the country population. If we move to the public transportation fleet, honestly, we currently at least, we don't have something that we feel it is really enough to serve the community in large. In terms of contribution, transportation sector to the economy, it's about like 8.2%, and it's flow around 7.6% of the labor force in the country. From the administrative point of view, we have what we call Land Transport Regulation Commission, which is a government agency who is in charge of creating the service in the country and also running the country through operator and man the capital city, where it has its own entities which regulate, partially regulate, that we implement the regulation offered by the LTRC, and also running the service and providing the infrastructure. And really, it is the first example where we started at thinking that the regulation should be at the government hand, and it should be regulated centrally. Operation should be given to the municipalities.
Excuse me, Mrs. Shbeeb. Excuse me. Can you hear me?
So the
Mrs. Shbeeb, can you hear me?
The LTRC responsibility composed
Excuse me, Mrs. Shbeeb, can you hear me?
3,500 buses and around 700 of what we call large buses.
Mrs. Shbeeb, can you hear me?
It's a bus with 23 passengers, and the large bus is a bus with the seating capacity of passenger. And we still have what we call a taxi service, which is not so common in the world, around the globe, service where we have small go through route and around 1,000 there and the number is high. The come inside now is around 3,100, what we call taxi or shared taxi. For the last 5 years, we started what we have normally known as garden field services, like Uber in our case, and currently.
Mr. Shbeeb, excuse me, can you hear me?
1,200.
Okay. I'm terribly sorry. I think she can't hear me, so we can't help her with the connection problems. So I think we will just, for ourselves here in the hall, we will just take a 10-minute break, help yourselves to refreshments and snacks outside. I think there's cake. I'm not sure though. And we'll see you back in here at past to continue the program as outlined. Terribly sorry about that.
Do we have questions for Justin?
He's also not in line anymore. Right?
Yeah. No. This is the problem with hybrid.
Yeah, it's really stressful, right?
Yeah.
You have been here the whole day? Or?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
all day and a bit IT at this point. But anyways, I know you're probably trying to start the next session.
Yeah, we try to but can catch up later. So for a great person, a large
That's your
in this room and the whole. So we had a second break, short break, to get some food, drink some water. But now we would like to go on with our next session. And the next topic is one that electrifies me. Yes, it's on the TUMI IBAS mission. When I joined TUMI 2 years ago, I not only joined a wonderful team, but also having the opportunity to work with wonderful partners around the globe on this topic of electric buses. And we would like to give some insight into this work, discussion, and the perspective of the cities. So I would like to introduce first Heather Thompson. Heather Thompson is CAO at the Institute for Transportation Policy and Development, and she will give a short input on electric buses and the work of ITDP around the globe. Please, Heather.
Great to be with you here today. Thanks to me for the opportunity. Hopefully, since I'm live and in person, we won't have any of the glitches that you do when you have the fortune of being online and getting the mics wrong. But of course, instead, I'm battling with the fact that people are so excited to finally be together and networking. So I think the networking outside is more exciting than e-buses, which is something that I find hard to believe because buses are so cool. So I'm going to give a short presentation. I hope I'm not going to go into too much detail. I think a lot of the presentations this morning have been pretty high level, but I do want to share some detail. Also, I've been given this wonderful remote that we were joking in the back is like Back to the Future. It's got a laser button on it, and it's got a black button that I was told to not push, because if I do, we will all just disappear and go into some other universe. So I will try to push the right buttons. It's been a while since I've done this. Again, very excited to be here with all of you today. And my main message for this presentation, as I set up for the panel discussion afterwards, is that we really must prioritize our work on electrification in the public transit sector. And buses are the most common form of transportation around the world, so focusing on e-buses is really the right focus, and I want to applaud TUMI for being so focused on this. And the second message is that we're making some good progress, which is really encouraging, but we have a long way to go, and we really need to make sure that we follow through on implementation. And I hope TUMI will be there with us for the long run as we move forward. So I first want to set some context about the importance of bus electrification for our climate goals and for equitability. Second, I want to give a snapshot of our progress around the world from ITDP's perspective. And then third, share with you some lessons so far. And again, this is from ITDP's perspective, but really TUMI is an effort of so many partners, many of which are captured there on the board, including WRI, C40, ICLEI, which I know are some of the partners in the room, but really it's a huge partnership. The goal of the TUMI e-bus mission is to have 100,000 e-buses implemented by the year 2025. And at the core of that is to focus on 20 deep dive cities where we're moving forward on implementing e-buses, and then having 100 mentee cities follow the practices of these 20 deep dive cities, and then by that inspiring 500 more cities. So it's a tall order by 2025. So again, we're making progress, but we have a ways to go. So again, I want to give the snapshot based on ITDP's experience. For those of you that don't know ITDP, we're a nonprofit organization with more than 35 years of history working in cities on sustainable urban transportation and urban planning, with a focus on the global south. We're headquartered in New York, but we have offices all over the world staffed by local experts. So as part of the TUMI e-bus mission, we are leads or co-leads on 5 of the deep dive cities, including Chennai, India. Does this work? Yes. Okay. Then I don't have to stand behind the podium. It includes Monterrey, Mexico, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Kampala, Uganda, Chennai, India, and Jakarta, Indonesia. And my colleague is here from Rio de Janeiro, our Director of Latin America, Clarissa, so she can answer any questions about Rio. But first, I want to set some context. This is a very cool infographic from a study that we released late last year called the Compact City Scenario Electrified. We'll actually be doing a session on this tomorrow, so if you're interested in learning more, please come join us at the session. I think it's at 11 o'clock tomorrow. But this is a great infographic for a paper that we released late last year around the time of COP, and it's the 4th in a series that we've done that basically looks at how are we going to meet our climate goals. And we've been very excited about all of the focus on electrification, but I'm sure as many of you all believe, we know that electrification isn't going to get us to our goals, and we wanted to have some more facts and figures to really back that up. So what you see in the middle here in the circle, within the middle circle is the amount of GHG that we are, basically our budget of GHG to stay within a 1.5 degree target. And in order to stay there, you can see that the green slice, the bottom right-hand corner, is the only way we will get to our 1.5 degree target. And that's because we need not only electrification, but we also need to focus on developing compact cities, focusing on public transportation, walking, and cycling. We all know the dirty picture up in the left-hand side, but business as usual, we're not going to get there. But also, if we just focus on compact city development here in the left bottom, or on electrification alone, you can see we don't stay within that middle circle and within our carbon budget. So again, we really need to focus on these two things hand in hand. If we do that, we will have the opportunity of saving 40% of energy each year, which is huge. We know that our goals of ramping up renewable energy are huge. And it allows us to save $5 trillion per year by the year 2050. So please take a look at that study. There's some really great factoids in there that I think can be really illuminating for all of us working in this sector. So with that in mind, again, I want to applaud TUMI for really focusing on e-buses and public transportation as the real focus for electrification. So with that as kind of context, again, I want to go through a quick snapshot of the 5 cities that we're working in to give you some examples of the progress that we're making, but also some of the challenges, and then I'll follow up with some lessons learned. So starting in Chennai, India, where the government there is very focused on sustainable transportation, things are moving a little bit slower than we were hoping. Really there, the technical capacity of the government as well as partners is a little bit lower, so we're really focusing on technical assistance, and I see that there's a giant plant in the way of my slide, but that's okay. So we're working with the Metropolitan Transport company there and officials to give them a better understanding of how to plan their e-buses, looking at various routes that they can use for their e-buses and what the technical options are for them. Moving forward to Jakarta, Indonesia, things are a little bit faster, more ahead there. Transjakarta is the entity that oversees transportation in Jakarta. They've been committed to implementing e-buses for a few years now. They now have 10 pilot buses running on the streets. And with ITDP, we are helping them monitor the performance of those buses, and we're also talking to passengers to hear about their experiences. Transjakarta has had some changes in leadership, so it's taken us a bit of time to communicate what the TUMI e-bus mission is all about, and also making sure that they understand some of the importance of the details, like collection of data. Next, Kampala, Uganda is one of the several cities in Africa of focus. And here, again, things are a little bit moving more slowly. There's been a number of changes in administrations and governments, which actually is leading to more opportunities. But there, the various ministries are trying to align their goals forward. And so we're working with them on setting the framework for an electric mobility plan. The government there, just as we see in many places, really has a preference for focusing on local manufacturers, which is a great idea in terms of domestic economics, but it's really difficult to do. So we're working with them to explore whether Kira Motors, their local manufacturing, can actually be ramped up to deliver at the scale necessary for a full-fledged e-bus program. And we're taking lessons from other places like Jakarta to inform their plans. Jakarta also had some ambitions to have local manufacturers, but realized that that's challenging and has most of their pilot buses are from BYD, which is probably a company that you know from China. Going around the world again, back to Monterrey, Mexico, things are moving more quickly there. Again, the government went through a change of mayor late last year, but the new mayor is quite committed to following up on the plans of the previous administration and moving to e-bus procurement. There we've been working on a lot of details and helping them understand what technologies are available, what the total cost of ownership would be for the e-buses, so they have a real sense of the business model that they're looking at, and they're now asking for a request for proposals from various companies to move towards procurement. So we're going to continue to help them with that kind of analysis of really looking at the business case, what's working, what's not, as they pilot those buses. And they're looking to have their first procurement of 110 buses. Lastly, Rio de Janeiro, the status there is that the city has been quite interested and committed to moving forward on electric mobility. There's a lot of political challenges that stand in the way in terms of concessions and contracts, but we've been advising the government on how they can change those contracts and concessions to move towards e-buses. Their goal originally was to implement new e-buses into the BRT system. They went for an RFP for procurement, but they didn't have very many competitive bids. They only had one bid, and for political reasons, they felt like that wasn't something that they could move forward on. So there's not going to be any e-buses in the BRT system, but instead, our partners under TUMI and other partners in the advocacy community are moving to try and advocate for the city to move forward with e-buses that will be incorporated into their low emission zone and would be part of the normal bus fleets. And they're looking to pilot, I think it's 40 e-buses by 2024. So with that, just as like a snapshot of all of the things that one must deal with when you really get into the details of moving forward on implementation, again, lots of progress, but also some challenges that we all must think about as we go forward. So some lessons learned. Number one, long-term planning is key for good performance. It's not just about procurement. We really need to think about how the buses will operate on the streets, how they will be electrified, where the depots will be, how the depots will be electrified, especially for the pilots, but really ongoing. And little simple things like what's the weather and what is the train are really important. If you're in a very hot climate where you need air conditioning and you're going up and down hills, that has a huge implication for how your buses run. So you really have to dig into the practicalities to make things go. Number two, contracting and procurement are the best point of leverage. This is the time where the city really gets to set the rules for how they contract and procure their buses. And we have great examples from Bogota and Santiago of how you can do things well. We've actually brought in experts from Bogota to help us inform the contracting process in a number of cities, including in Rio de Janeiro. It's also really important to look at the total cost of operations and ownership of buses. We know that over the life cycle of the buses, that electric buses can be less than traditional buses, but you also have to take into account the charging infrastructure, which is something that cities often don't really look at. So, and to think about the maintenance and operations over time. The contracting and procurement process is also a time where the city can really demand what sort of data is made available to them so that they can focus on how to improve operations. And when you're moving from pilots to larger procurement, that you use the data to inform how you structure your financing and your contracting. So that takes me to the third point. Performance data is really hard to come by, but it is super essential for scaling. And I think that this is something that TUMI and other partners working in this area can do more to work together. Often the data is owned by the bus manufacturing companies and it's not being given to the cities. So the cities have to implement their own monitoring of data alongside what the information that the bus manufacturers are collecting. And often the cities aren't paying attention to this, so they just aren't getting the data. So we need kind of a uniform, transparent process to collect data and share data so that cities can learn from one another and make sure that their contracting and performance improves. And the key to this is that really we want to make sure that we're replacing one traditional bus with one electric bus. And right now we're actually replacing one traditional bus with more than one electric bus, which makes the cost higher. That's often because they haven't thought enough about operations or performance, and because there's not enough charging infrastructure. Charging infrastructure is key. So having the data to really understand all of that equation is super important when we think about contracting and financing, and again, scaling up from pilots to larger procurement. So with that, again, more than procurement is critical for success. The TUMI e-bus mission is really focused on procurement and getting buses on the road, which is the right focus. We have to start there. But beyond that, we need to focus on planning, financing, operations, charging, maintenance, and other supporting policies like the low emission zone policy that cities like Rio are implementing. So there's lots of learning opportunities with all the TUMI partners, and I just wanted to flag a few from ITDP. We have a best practice document that we released late last year, looking at great examples from Santiago to Shenzhen. We held a webinar on contracting and procurement last month, which you can go onto our website and see. And then we have one coming up in next week on developing roadmaps for scale. And would love to hear about your questions and anything that we can focus on as we continue to make more information available to all of our TUMI partners and everybody in the field that are trying to ramp up e-buses as quickly as we can in cities around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather, for this snapshot around the globe and e-bus deployment in several cities ITDP and TUMI partners are working with. Now we would like to get into a short discussion about the deployment in some cities and countries. So I would like to introduce you to Pawan Mulukutla. Pawan Mulukutla is working for WRI India. He's program director for mobility there and also acting as an e-mobility director at this time. And he will lead us through the panel discussion. Handing over to you, Pawan.
Thank you, Jens, and a very good afternoon. I think it's one of the most interesting discussions, right, e-buses, and thank you, Heather, for setting the context. And we'll get into more details in terms of how cities are addressing these challenges and issues to listen live on what's happening from 3 cities across the world. Without further delay, let me invite the panelists here. The Honorable Minister Ángela María Orozco Gómez, the Transport Minister of Colombia. Please welcome you to the stage. Thank you. Mr. Lokesh Chandra, he's the Commissioner of the Bus Agency from Mumbai, India. And we have Mr. Thorsten Shmidt, he's the e-mobility lead from LVB. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. I'll just jump directly into the discussion because we have heard the context of e-buses across from the globe. And let's listen to some of the policies. So, Minister, if I can start with you, like how Colombia started its journey in terms of the national policies. We know that more than 1,000 buses have been deployed. And if you could really talk about what kind of policies are in place to really help the deployment of electric buses, that would be wonderful to hear from you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your invitation. Well, initially, Colombia is a big country, and we have like more or less 15 cities all over the country that have public transportation systems. And as a national government, and this is a state policy, not a government policy, the national government has been co-financing the construction and the building of the BRT systems, mainly in the whole country. But when we started government, and precisely because President Duque was the co-author as a senator of the electric mobility law, we also included in our national planning, in our national development plan, the possibility of co-financing not only the construction and the infrastructure of the BRT systems, but also the roller stock, also the buses. This was something that was not possible before. So before, mainly Bogota had little the intention of buying and had some stock of 300 or 400 buses, and that was led by Mayor Enrique Peñalosa, who was the previous mayor. But then it started to become something that was included in the whole projects they presented to the national government. And in that sense, we issued a regulation in which we defined the characteristics that the regional entities has to file within the national government in order to co-finance them. And this also was accompanied by several different instruments that we got. First, our national law, the electric mobility law. The electric mobility law gave incentives, not only given like reducing what is the tax, the car tax or the buses taxes, which is the city taxes, in with for electric vehicles should not be more than 1% of the commercial value of the car or of the vehicle, with regard to the rest that is at least 3 or 4%. But also we gave privileged discounts on the technical certification of the cars, but also on the mandatory tax, what we call the SAR responsibility tax. But we also provided for some to have preferential parking in the parking lots of the cities that were more than 50,000 inhabitants. And in addition, we also issued a decree that had 0% tariffs for the imports of the electric buses. And we also developed what we call the National Efficiency Program by the Ministry of Mines and Energy, in which city provides a program that will contribute to the reduction of greenhouse emission in an efficient program. They also can be exempted of the VAT tax. So from a general point, we have a 5% VAT tax as compared to 19% for the rest of the vehicles. But in this, and as I told you, 0% tariff as compared to 35% tariff for general imports of vehicles. But we also have this program that whenever you file a program before the Ministry of Energy and the Planning Department of Energy and Efficiency, you also have as a program the possibility of having 0 VAT tax also. So I believe it's there are several and different type of instruments, mainly tax, but also other regulatory instruments that gave incentives and that allow us to have by June 2022 around 1,450 electric buses. Of course, led by Bogota, which now it has 1,166 buses, and it will have 1,400 by the next 2 months, which are coming back, the electric buses. And also some other cities in their public transportation systems are including electric buses too, but not as Bogota. Of course, this is being led by Bogota. And we also have, because of all these incentives, we also have made what we put as a target in our national development plan. When we came into government, we had like 2,100, more or less, electric vehicles registered with the National Registry between 2010 and 2018. We set up as a target to have 6,600 electric vehicles in general by August 2022. Now in April, we have already 7,780 electric vehicles in our national registry. And I believe, of course, this was accelerated by the COVID-19. And this is because monthly by monthly, we have more cars registered in our national registry that are electric vehicles. But also, it had a lot to do with all these incentives we gave for the national and the regional entities to import and to introduce that in the energy transition challenges and targets that each city put itself.
I think it's quite fascinating, right, to hear about multi-pronged approach. One, we are talking about the tax benefits which are needed for the electric buses. And we're also talking about setting targets, which I think is very, very important when we are talking about deploying electric buses in different cities. I also understand, which I'll come back to you in a while, that there's also been that all the new purchases of electric buses going forward from 2035 would be only electric buses in Colombia as well.
Well, that's in the public fleets, yes, that's the guideline, and that we include that in a national, well, what we call the Climate Action Law. The Climate Action Law was issued last year in 2021, and it was unanimously adopted by our Congress, and we had that target to have in all the public buses by 2035 electric. And as a matter of fact, from the year 2023 on, all the new buses that comes into the market must be Euro 6. So we have been having like these targets on a transition way, looking and set it up, of course, by the year 2035, the electric ones, but we have been working before setting up these targets that we have been complying year by year.
Thank you, Mr. I think that's wonderful to hear the journey of Bogota and, of course, Colombia itself. But moving on, Mr. Lokesh Chandra, while I do want you to talk a little bit about the national policy, but I also wanted to understand the journey of Mumbai. You already have deployed close to 300 plus buses. I know that you have roughly about 900 double-decker buses that you're planning to launch in the next 6 to 9 months. And you're also talking about additionally 2,100 buses that will come in the next 2 to 3 years. So it's a huge journey that we are talking about Mumbai, going from literally 300 buses now to almost more than 3,000 buses in the next 1 to 2 years. So would really like to stress upon what have been the challenges that you're facing, both from technology perspective, from the financing perspective, and what are the learnings that cities across the globe would be able to learn? Thank you.
As you have rightly mentioned, that we have already started deploying electric vehicles. As a policy decision, we have decided that henceforth we'll procure only electric buses in our fleet. We are the largest e-bus fleet operator as of now in India. We are running almost 400 buses. And our medium-term planning is that by end of next year, we will be having 3,000 more electric buses. And our 50% fleet will be electric buses. And by 2026, our fleet size will be 100% electric, and we will be having 10,000 electric buses by then. So this is basically part and parcel of initiative taken by the Government of India as well as the state government. I'll just give a background about the Government of India initiative, that is a scheme called FAME. So under FAME 1 and FAME 2, it's a kind of $1.4 billion initiative of Government of India, in which 35% funding is for electric buses. Similarly, in Government of Maharashtra, last year we have adopted electric bus vehicle policy, in which it has been mandated that by year 2025, all the public transport utility will have 25% of their fleet electric buses. Now, our journey henceforth have been like almost 5 years in Mumbai. In the BST, we deployed our 6 buses in 2017. Then in 18-19, we again inducted 40 buses. And last year we inducted 340 buses. So these, so far our experience is very good. In fact, opportunities which we see by deployment of electric buses is manifold, because these buses are not only climate friendly, but also they are financially suiting to us. Most of the state utilities have financial issues. They are all loss-making utilities world over. So when we are talking about induction of new buses in the fleet, it makes sense for going for the electric buses instead of the diesel or CNG buses. Because cost-wise, our operational cost shows that if the cost of per kilometer running for the electric bus is X, in case of CNG it is 3X, and in case of diesel buses it is 5X. So it makes sense for, if you see the project cycle of 12 years for the electric buses, then though they are having high investment initially, the capital cost is huge, but still it makes sense for the project cycle of 12 years, these operations are much cheaper. They are also maintenance friendly. If you see the cost of maintenance, which for normal buses we are incurring, it is much lower in case of the electric buses. Challenges, yes, there are challenges because it's a new technology, and battery behavior and battery life is still in the developing stage, where we are not sure how the battery behavior will be. And most of these companies which are working with us, they are saying that after 5 or 6 years you have to replace the battery. So a lot of this will depend upon the efficiency of the battery and battery new developments in this field, which will make these operations more and more efficient. If that happens, then definitely this is going to accelerate the deployment of electric buses. I am thankful for this TUMI initiative because we are part of this initiative. This will really help us in sharing the experience, learning from each other, because being a new technology, everybody is having their own kind of experiences. And when this platform like this, where we have the availability of experience sharing, this will definitely help the other cities. Like in India, we are also doing hand-holding with 5 other cities. So this will really help in identifying the challenges early and finding the solutions together.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra. I think if we can give a big round of applause from both speakers. More buses means more applause, right? Anyway, I think it really matters a lot because it's also about serving communities where they don't have access to transportation. So it's also really important that buses also have a huge role in providing access to jobs, to educations, to healthcare, and from that perspective, it's a big thing. Also, I just wanted to add, I think through the TUMI bus mission recently, India actually floated one of the largest tenders, 5,500 electric buses. And that was closed recently. So, a big support from TUMI and all the partners in making this happen as well. And we got bid rates, which are like, we were talking about parity with ICE buses in 2025, but it's very clear that we are already seeing parity in 2022. So I think it's a big shift in the market that we are already talking about globally. So most of the cities are still talking about that. Why not we move with electric buses, and the transition could be much more faster. Moving on from India to coming back here, Thorsten, just want to understand, you have an excellent tram system, and I also want to understand, the size of the deployment would be very different, and what has been your experience here, and what would you really suggest to smaller cities also? I think in India also and in globally other cities where the population size is much smaller, systems that work here in Leipzig would be really beneficial to learn how we could really learn from the experience here.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. We have experience with e-buses since almost 10 years now. We started here in Leipzig in 2016. But the bus was already there since 2012. So we learned a lot. It was a good experience, but sometimes it was very hard. The vehicle itself is not a problem. Procurement is not a problem. But our greatest deal was the charging infrastructure. We now have 21 buses, electric buses in the streets. Starting in July to the end of the year, we will have 38 buses running. We're using the techniques, charging techniques in the depot in the night, and the opportunity charging in the streets in the city. Yes, the greatest challenge was, as I said, the charging infrastructure. But now we deal with it. We had to train all our colleagues, to train the bus drivers. Of course, it's very important to train the workshop. We had to change the workshop. I don't know if you know it, in Europe, especially in Germany, we have the Clean Vehicles Directive, which is the policy to bring more and more electric buses to the streets. In Germany, the Clean Vehicle Directive says the quote is until 2025, we have to fulfill a quote of 45% clean, emission-free buses, which means electric buses or fuel cell buses, which is possible. And until 2030, it increases to 65% of all new buses have to be electric. In Leipzig, I think we will reach the 100% this time, of course. Yeah. We have, for now, 170 buses here in Leipzig, 21 actually running electric.
I have a quick follow-up question. Do you think having this kind of targets and mandates in the national policy is very important?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
You mentioned that the national policy has certain mandates that you need to have certain percentage of buses to be electric. Do you think that is really important and helpful in the transition?
Yes. This is the one important thing, and the other thing is the possibility to do the financing of the buses. Of course, as we know, the prices are much higher than for a conventional bus. In Germany, it's around 3 times higher, the price. So you need the possibility to finance that. So that's why there are governmental things. Yeah, that's important to do those policies.
Thank you. Moving ahead with my second round of questions, Minister, I have wanted to understand what were some of the initial challenges that Bogota faced? Was a challenge around adoption? Was it a challenge around the technology? I think Thorsten also talked about a need for a lot of skill development and training. So what were some of your very learnings and challenges when the electric bus deployment journey started?
Well, I believe one of the most important challenges was not only building the knowledge for the maintenance and the technical part of the electric buses, but also the infrastructure for charging them. And this is why this had to be something that was articulated among the national government and the regional governments, because we needed to issue from the Ministry of Energy not only the regulations in order for example, the normal fossil recharging entities to offer also energy, but also the standardization, technical standardization of it. And we need to involve the generators and also the distributors of energy to sit and work with of course, the public transportation systems, as long as they're going to be their main clients in the future. So we've been able of developing, at least in Bogota, an alliance in which all the actors include and in which we as a national government issue the national regulations that were needed for promoting the distribution of energy, which was one of the most important challenges. The other important challenge, was how do we take the example of Bogota with the rest of the cities? And that had to do, of course, with the fiscal restraints and with, how we're gonna face the difficulties of the investment in CapEx. But this is part of a whole transition policy. So we're not talking about only electric buses, but we're also talking about buses that are naturally dedicated, gas dedicated. Why? Because we see our natural gas as an energy transition. And in that sense, still in some of the cities, we have mainly the public transportation fleet that are gas fleets, mainly the cities such as Valledupar that is going to bring in mainly gas buses, or such as Cartagena that has 333 only gas buses, natural gas dedicated buses in Cartagena. And in that sense, we've been able to bring in all the actors, not only financing by the Colombian public sector, but also, for example, in the case of Valledupar, the national distributor of gas for the whole coast of the country is the one that is putting a package of financing for the regional entity to make the transition to gas buses. So we are facing it on a transition, a whole concept of transition, and one of the most important challenges for the other cities that are not You know, Bogota is a huge city, and it has most of the VAT income of the country. So Bogota is a city that has the financial resources to undergo this transition, you know, faster than the rest of the cities. But this is why we have not only been building alliances with the World Bank, now with the TUMI initiative, also with the World Resources Institute, and each one of these different development agencies has been taking different cities in order to see how we can develop the incentives, the right incentives, and look for the financing of the whole transition. But this is, I believe, the main challenge, only the recharging the technology and the resources.
Thank you. You touch upon a very interesting point, and I think it comes up in every discussion on electric buses, that financing is a big challenge. Of course, there are national government schemes and policies in place, but I also wanted to bring in Mr. Chandra, that, you know, are there other ways of funding this? Because we are not talking about globally, we heard Heather say 100,000 buses, which is the TUMI's target also. But we're also talking about cities. If you ask me in India, I would say today there is a deficit of 300,000 buses. So we are talking globally, say roughly about at least a need for 1 million buses in the next decade. Given this sheer size of the scale, what kind of business models do you think would really work? Because I think the minister really talked very interesting about bringing in new actors, new stakeholders like the utility companies. Do you have any thoughts on how Mumbai and of course on your interaction with other cities in Southeast Asia are thinking through this?
Initially, the high capital cost as compared to normal buses, that was an issue. But as we are moving further, in fact, our own experience says, as you rightly mentioned, that compared to the diesel buses or CNG buses, now the models which we are adopting is basically we are switched over to the gross cost contract models, where we are saving a lot of operational cost, because the operator or the basically OEM, he is providing the bus, he is also providing the...
if I may just intervene, if you can explain the gross cost contract, because that will be beneficial to the audience here and online.
So in the normal way, what we do, we procure the bus and then we run it ourselves. We provide the driver or conductor, whosoever is required, the manpower, and maintenance is also done by the own STU employees. So that is very, very costly. Now, the new thing which we have done with the procurement of electric buses, done away with the traditional model of procurement of buses. Now we are going for the gross contract, cost contract, in which the responsibility of the operator is to procure the bus, maintain the bus, provide the driver, and also provide for the cost of electricity. Now we are paying on the basis of the per kilometer charges. So I will just like to share with all of you that now in case of the per kilometer cost which we are getting, one big tender of Government of India, and our experience also shows, now rates are much more cheaper than the normal buses. So deployment of these electric buses should not be an issue, only the issue will be the demand and supply. Because now more and more STUs, they are realizing this is a better way of deploying the buses by going for the electric buses. So there may be a constraint on the supply side. But in India now, with this new initiative under this FAME 2 scheme, a lot of new companies are setting up, they are going into the electric bus manufacturing business. So that will also be addressed. But nonetheless, I think if we do the contracting in a proper way, there is still a scope to reduce the cost of operations. So I think that is the key lesson we have learned, that the designing of the contract will be very, very important for the deployment of electric buses. Initially, because of this high cost thing, some support was required from the government at the national level, at the sub-national level. But over the period, we have also now started going for procurement without any subsidies. And that is also happening actually. Now a lot of manufacturers, they are coming up with this new model where we are not giving the subsidy, but per kilometer cost is a bit higher, but it's working. So as I mentioned earlier also, if you see the total cost, in fact, this cost of operation of a bus, the cost of bus is hardly 10 to 15%. Remaining 80 to 85% cost is manpower cost and fuel cost. So if you take that into account for a period of like 10 to 12 years, it makes sense for these electric buses, number one. Number two, by increasing the assured kilometers, when you are asking for a contract, you have to upfront tell them what is your assured kilometers you are going to pay monthly or annual basis. Now, depending upon operations of the city, what is the requirement, if you keep it a reasonably balanced approach, then it further reduces the cost of operation. Means the cost, because of the assured kilometer, that person who is going to provide you the services will be assured of the return, and also it makes the whole contract financially viable.
Interesting. So we have moved away from this whole capital cost that was upfront paid to procure buses to say that now we are moving to pay on a per kilometer usage, pay as you use, if I may say so, and we are doing the contract for over 10 to 12 years. And I've seen in some of the Latin American cities, we are even talking about contracts as long as 14 to 15 years, which is quite interesting. I just want to understand the contracting mechanisms, how it works in cities here, if you have any thoughts to share around that. And also, Thorsten, you touched upon very interesting aspects about skilling. If there is anything you may want to really touch upon in detail about what kind of skilling activities was needed when you were really introducing the electric buses.
Yeah, the first needed skills are the engineers for electric systems, of course. In Leipzig we have the skills because we have the Straßenbahn, the trains. So that's very similar. We can very fast switch to those techniques. And on the vehicle side, it's yeah, nearly the same to the diesel engine buses and especially the hybrid buses we have since 2012, so 27. So that's nearly the same. We have those skills, but we had to build it up in the last years, of course. So it's a big problem to get those skills, engineers and colleagues, employees, of course. That's a big problem.
Yeah. And it's quite interesting that the next set of challenges that we will see in electric buses, one is, of course, the skills set, which we are already seeing, because you need mechanics. It's not just about drivers, but also about the whole aspect of maintenance of electric buses. And the other challenge which we will see is also on the supply chain, because it's easy when we are talking about deploying 200, 300 buses, but globally when we are talking about going into a scale, I think it's going to be also important to understand the market readiness as well. I know we have 5 or 6 minutes still left. I also wanted to check in the audience if you have any questions to the panelists, you want to understand anything specifically. Or have I covered all your questions so far? Yeah, please.
Hi, thank you so much. Very interesting panel. I wanted to know about, I think I'm loud enough. Oh, sure. I wanted to know about the charging stations, because we haven't really touched upon that issue of charging stations and having roughly 3,000 buses and then 6,000 buses. How are we dealing with the issue that they need to be charged, whether it's intercity travel or intracity travel? So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, and we can take one more question also. We'll take maybe 1 or 2 more questions and answer in one go. So one is on charging as we are scaling up. Yeah, yes, please.
Good afternoon. Anne Jocelyn from the UK's FCDO. I guess I'm curious about this contracting model that you talked about, and that sounds great that you're getting all of these savings from it per kilometer. But what I was thinking as you were talking, was, can you disaggregate the savings based on the contracting model from the savings based on the e-mobility? So are the savings from the contracting is what I'm saying. So if it was fossil fuel buses or CMG buses, the contracting model would still be giving you the savings, or is the savings coming from the e-mobility, from the e-buses?
Okay. And one last question. We'll just take these 3 questions. Yeah.
My name is Stephanie Zohm. I was wondering about the electricity supply, and are we already making use of this additional demand that can come from urban mobility to incentivize also renewable electricity production? What levers do you have as policymakers at the national and at the urban level to do this?
Sure. No.
So let me answer the second question first, because what you have mentioned here, definitely our experience shows in the same kind of contract, we are having more saving in the e-buses. The reason is very simple. Because of this fuel cost, the cost of operation is going down. So that takes care of our requirement. In fact, our own fleet, when we did the contracting, same model, for the diesel buses, the rates were almost 20 or 25% higher per kilometer wise. Regarding this charging infrastructure, in fact, our contract says that creating the charging infrastructure is the responsibility of the operator. But nonetheless, we are providing the assistance in the form of upstream requirement of the supplying the electricity up to the depot. Now, as we are moving for more and more buses, so all our depots will be having the charging infrastructure, which will take care of, because we are in the intracity operations actually. So that will take care of our charging requirement, and at the same time we are also opening this charging infrastructure for the public use. Means somebody who is not part and parcel of our own fleet, if they want to use this infrastructure, they are welcome. Last thing about this renewable, in fact, you have raised a very, very valid point, because there is a criticism about the e-buses in the form that you are shifting the pollution from one place to another place if you are using the coal power, or your electricity demand is going up. But in Mumbai, what we are doing, we have already contracted for the solar power. So in our case, it will be 100% green operations. By the time we will get our new fleet, our solar power will be in place, and the operations will be based on that. And you have to plan actually in advance for that, so that when the buses will be deployed, definitely your electricity demand will go up. So for that, meeting that requirement, either you have to have some renewable energy or whatever other sources you have with you. That is very important.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Minister.
Well, the first thing is that, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Mines and Energy issued regulations, so in first establishing conditions so that the fossil fuel recharging stations can expand the offer to electric power, to electric vehicles. But also, they issued a regulation not only for the standardization of the conditional and the technical conditions, but also for the market conditions in order to establish the charging structure in the cities. Simultaneously, because it's mainly, this is a private, although it's a public service, it's provided by the private sector with the, with the regulatory conditions that are attractive for them. So we did that, and this is why the city has worked with the utility companies, and the utility has provided the charging services because of these regulations that were enacted. That on the first sense. With regard to the third question, at least in Colombia, it's not only that we have a very safe matrix, energy matrix, 80% of our energy is hydro, but we also have conducted during this government, because of our high and ambitious energy transition program, we have introduced the renewable, non-conventional renewables too of energy. Notwithstanding we have a very safe matrix, we have come from 28 megawatts of non-conventional renewables to 2,800 in the last 3 years and a half. We have conducted with the Ministry of Energy not only auctions from the demand and the supply side, that we have delivered already several of the problems that have multiplied for more than 100 times what we had when we came into government. So we will have more or less 15 to 18% at the end of this year of the matrix that is non-renewable, non-conventional renewables. Besides, we have a very safe matrix. And I believe when you talk about the contracts, I have to say, because there is a huge challenge that is not only because of electrical or traditional buses. The huge challenge is how to make sustainable the public transportation systems and how we're going to finance the subsidy for the operation of the systems. So I believe this is a challenge even if you have conventional buses. This is a challenge that we are facing, that cities that have a lot of financial resources, such as Bogota, have been able to face in it, but the rest of the cities not necessarily have that chance. So we have been developing new models. Initially, we have the Bogota's contracts were contracts with long-term contracts, and you pay by kilometer, for example, provided. But today, because of everything that's going on, has made the cities have been deciding to provide the buses, adjust concession the operation of the buses. So we've been comparing different models, but I believe the big challenge is how to subsidize the users for using the business, because it's the operation of the systems that is not sustainable at all. So we need to develop the subsidies and to have a standardized, and we're looking for some sort of source that allows that. And so that it doesn't depend on a city that has a huge fiscal resources such as Bogota. And this is why Bogota is leading the system, and we're working on it with our cooperation agencies.
No, thank you. I think that's a very interesting point, and I think that's more work for all of us here on how do we really kind of, subsidize, of course, the public transport system to achieve our goal of sustainable cities. I think with that, we come to the very end of this session. So let's please give a very big round of applause to Minister Angela, Mr. Lokesh Chandra, and Mr. Thorsten for this excellent session and a mission for more buses to see around, electric buses around the globe. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for this discussion and this outlook to the future of increasing e-bus around the globe. We would like to draw your attention to the launch of the TUMI e-bus mission campaign tomorrow at the ITF. So we'll have the chance to learn more about Africa, Asia, and regional spotlights. You will also have a guided e-bus tour by LVB. So please meet us tomorrow at the outside venue of the ITF. And the Mexican artist will be drawing the city symbols of the deep dive cities on the e-bus provided by the LVB. Thank you very much. So Viviane, what is next?
Good question, Jens. I won't give away much, except that it's a topic we've all been looking forward to throughout the day. Speaking of data, the data gap and the power data holes. So with that, I will hand over to our colleague Lena Plika. Lena is an urban planner by profession and is also a member of our TUMI data core team. And she will guide us through the next session. I welcome Lena and her speakers to our stage.
Yes, thank you so much, Viviane. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to our panel on data and digitalization in transport. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to the inputs of our panelists as well as our discussion on the topic. So, why are we talking about data in transport today? Well, data in transport and mobility is the basis for future-oriented decision-making. And without current data on movement patterns and existing transport infrastructure, urban decision-makers cannot make efficient planning decisions. So, in the end, good decision-making requires good data. Our goal today is to get an understanding of how data and digitalization can lead to better decision-making and where it can drive change in sustainable mobility. Therefore, we brought in a broad scope of actors today that are involved on the ground, that create economic assessments or generate and share data themselves. So, here's the format to give you an idea of what to expect. Each of our panelists will give us a short input on their work on data in transport. I will then kick off the conversation with questions to our panelists, and in the second half, we'll open up the floor to also give you an opportunity to raise questions to our panelists. My colleague, Frederick Tesfaye, is here with me today as well, and he will close today's session with remarks on our project TUMI data. So I'm delighted to introduce you to our three panelists of this session. We have Louise Shbeeb with us today. Louise is partnership lead at Where's My Transport, where she works with multilateral development banks and private sector companies to support the delivery of sustainable urban mobility in emerging market cities. Louise is an urban planner by profession and is recognized for her knowledge of public transport data systems in developing cities. Also with us today is Michael Kapatenakis, a research analyst for sustainable infrastructure with the Economic Law and Policy Program at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, IISD. Michael has many years of experience in developing economic assessment models for large-scale transport projects, environmental impact assessments, and economic development strategies for cities and regions. And also, I would like to welcome Dr. Pierre Gras on the panel today. Pierre is the head of the Urban Data Hub Hamburg, where he and his team work in the areas of data provision, open data, and standardization, among many other things. Before, Pierre was working as a data scientist and geodata analyst in Hamburg and in Berlin. So thank you all so much for being here today. Louise, would you like to start and share with us the importance of your work on data and transport? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Lina, for the great introduction, and thank you to the rest of the TUMI team for organizing this wonderful event. It's really nice to be meeting face-to-face again after these 2 long years. So as Lina mentioned, I work for Where's My Transport, and we are a mobility and location data company that was started in Cape Town in 2016 with the aim of mapping and digitizing the first public transport network map of the city of Cape Town. And over the years, we've brought our work to cities across Africa, but also more recently to cities in Latin America, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Europe. And the aim of our work has always been to centralize this mobility data for emerging market cities and provide clients and partners with data that can help them decode the ground truth of the markets they work in. And all those clients and partners that we work with, they work on a range of projects, but ultimately the aim of our support to the work they do is to help them design more inclusive transport systems and to also create new technology solutions that can be applied to the public transport sector and also to the users, the ultimate beneficiaries of these public transport systems. So before I kind of dive into the work that we do at Where's My Transport, I just want to take a minute to quickly frame the issue that we're aiming to address at Where's My Transport and give you some context as to why we do what we do. So there's a report by the World Bank that found that in 92% of the world's largest emerging market cities, public transport networks are offline and unmapped. And the reason it's so difficult to find a good map of these transport networks or to find accurate information is because of the nature of the transport systems in these cities. And most of you here will recognize the photos on screen as what's commonly referred to as informal transport or paratransit. Locals will give them many other names, boda bodas, danfos, tuk-tuks, jeepneys. The list goes on, but whatever you want to call them, the bottom line of these services is that they're providing an essential public good to residents in these cities. These modes are characterized by a number of things. They tend to be run on semi-fixed routes, have on-demand stops, generally not regulated and not always recognized by the states. But the main takeaway here is that they operate independently from one another, and they are run by hundreds and sometimes even thousands of independent operators, each running their own route. And yet, they continue to make up the majority of transport services that the people in these cities rely on. If we look at the example of Dhaka or Lima, 80 to 90% of the transport network is accounted for by informal routes. So these systems are extremely fragmented, and as you can imagine, that makes it extremely challenging for commuters to move around, but also decision makers, transport planners, infrastructure advisors to get that full view of the range of services that operate on their network. And so the transport challenge here is not so much the lack of transport options, it's really the lack of transport information. And at Where's My Transport, we believe that a city's mobility is as much about information as it is about infrastructure. So over the past 6 years, we've been working to develop and build tools and a unique methodology that enables us to completely collect the entire ground truth of a network across both formal and informal modes and centralize all of that data into what is called a GTFS file. It's just a technical term for saying General Transit Feed Specification. And for those of you who have not heard of this before, essentially it's a relational database that brings together all of the operational attributes of a transport system, whether that is the route shape, the stop locations, the fares, the frequencies, operating hours, and so forth. And to give you a view as to what that GTFS file looks like when it's put onto a map, this is the metropolitan area of Bangkok, and we did some data collection work there in 2020 to map over 800 routes. And what was really interesting with this data collection project was this visual output at the end, where you can clearly see the depth of coverage that informal transports provide in a city. So the lines in green are the informal modes, and the lines in white are the formal modes. So I think it's important to remember that there's a wealth of data that needs to be considered in transport planning that may not be as traditional or as easy to collect as other data sets, but that is essential to get that full view of the network. At a very high level, this is the process that we follow when we collect the data in the cities we go to, and I could spend an hour dragging on with the details of the step-by-step process that we follow, and maybe we can take some questions if there are any later on the exact tools and methodology. But essentially the two tools that we've built at Where's My Transport are the ones you see at the center of the screen, so the collector app and then our data validation and management software. And both are end-to-end integrated, meaning that as we're collecting the data, we can be fixing it in real time and correcting it again in field if needed. And it's also where we get that view on the changes happening in the network and are able to maintain the data as it changes. So applications of transit data, this is really what I wanted to focus the quick presentation on, and what's probably most interesting to people in the room here today, or what I hope is most interesting. And there's a range of use cases we can think about when using GTFS data and analysis to support the design of inclusive transport projects. And whether that's transport planning or assessing GHG emissions or building new consumer products leveraging that GTFS data, there's really a range of applications we can look at too. So quickly, just to give you 4 examples that we've worked on at Where's My Transport. The first one was a project we did in partnership with the government of Sierra Leone and the World Bank in the city of Freetown, where we were asked to create, again, the first public transport network map of the city. And that GTFS feed that we created on the back of that mapping work was used to inform an impact assessment of a $50 million investment program into public transport improvement works for the city, and really with the aim of improving the resilience of the network. And what was really interesting with this case study, I think, is the kind of multi-dimensional ways that the data was used at Where's My Transport, because it was overlaid with flooding data and also with location data on school facility and health facilities to then do a risk assessment of the different vulnerability and accessibility levels across the network, but also to identify the corridors that had the highest levels of demand. And on the back of that, the city was able to identify which parts of the network needed priority investment. In a similar vein, we did some work with the OECD and the International Transport Forum a couple years ago, looking at the accessibility levels in the city of Cape Town. So leveraging the GTFS data we had collected, we plotted that onto a map. And what you can see on the left here is all the formal modes are highlighted in yellow, and the darker shades you can see are the areas in the city that had higher levels of accessibility. So those parts around the central business district where formal modes tend to be concentrated. And then with the map on the right, the moment you add in the informal modes, the patterns of accessibility completely shift, and you can see that it's a lot more accessible the moment you start looking at informal modes. So again, just I think stark visual reminder of the importance of questioning what data is being excluded or not accounted for in transport analysis. This case study, we cannot take credit for at Where's My Transport, but I just wanted to highlight it quickly because I think it's a very innovative and relevant use case, especially in light of the wider discussions happening on transport decarbonization. This is a project that was led by Dr. Rafael Pereira from the Institute of Applied Economic Research in Brazil, and essentially what he did is he created an open source R package into which a GTFS feed can be plugged in, and also with the fleet characteristics of the type of fuel being used, the manufacturer make, the passenger capacity, you're able to generate the emissions across the network. And finally, to wrap up, this is a case where we've plugged our GTFS into an app called Rumbo, and this is essentially a journey planning app that was launched in Mexico City, Lima, and Bangkok, and has been running for the past 2 years. And what it aims to do is provide GTFS information in a user-friendly way to enable commuters to access that information. And what it points to for me really is oftentimes what we see in transport planning analysis is very well-intentioned efforts to collect data that can inform research projects or systemic studies, but we often forget that that data can also be used by the ultimate beneficiaries of public transport users. So that's Rumbo, and that's what it aims to do by providing multimodal information across both formal and informal modes to help people move around. And I'll probably leave it there. I look forward to questions later in the discussion, but I'll hand back over to you, Lena. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. That was very insightful, and also thank you for including all the use cases of data. I think that is helpful, and also if you have any questions, of course, please keep them in mind, because after we have all those impulse talks, we will dive into a question and answer, and you can all ask them. So, Michael, without further ado now, I would like to hand it over to you, please. The stage is yours.
So thank you very much for having me. I will give a short introduction of the Sustainable Asset Valuation Tool, or SAVI as we call it at IISD. So basically, SAVI was developed in response to traditional infrastructure assessments that use only financial indicators and often don't integrate a wide range of economic, social, and environmental parameters in decision making. Especially those parameters that are going beyond the immediate scope of the project. Basically, what SAVI does is that it assesses a project both from a financial point of view, but also from a societal point of view. And it looks at kind of a system from an integrated way. So it tries to value tangible from the financial point of view, but also intangible benefits and costs, and considers economic, social, environmental parameters and outcomes. Some examples that we have used so far are BRT, a bus rapid transit system in Indonesia, a non-motorized transport plan in Coimbatore in South India, or country-level sustainable transport strategies. It can also be used for interventions such as policies related to electric vehicles, for example. Now, the three main features of SAVI are, firstly, simulation. So we combine a set of different modeling approaches, system dynamics, traditional project finance modeling, spatial modeling, and EU Copernicus data that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And basically, we use all these different approaches to show the financial performance of projects under different scenarios. For example, we try to quantify what the impact of climate change is on different, for example, road maintenance, or what's the employment creation as a result of a project. The second part of the methodology is the valuation. So this is really important. We try to put a financial value to economic, social, environmental risks and externalities, such as, for example, environmental would be, we try to put a value in CO2 emissions and air pollutions, or other parameters that are linked to health. And socioeconomic would be contributions to GDP, employment or income creation, that we think that it's really important to quantify. And then very importantly as well, we try to customize as much as possible each SAVI methodology that we have to local and regional contexts. We try to look to use local data where possible, such as traffic data, air pollution data, commuting patterns, and so on, in order to accurately reflect the local situation. So this is basically the steps of our methodology and how we engage with local and regional actors. I'm not going to go too much into detail, but basically it starts with engaging with the client to understand the infrastructure asset or the problem. Then the data collection, which is the most time-consuming process, verifying scenarios, running simulations, and presenting results. The important thing here is that basically throughout the whole process we kind of co-create and co-develop SAVI with local counterparts as much as we can. We try to kind of consider a lot of different parts of the government that often have different kinds of data, and they're not as centralized as we would like it to be often. And then we try to basically create this in order to meet local needs. This is one example of a bus rapid transit project in Indonesia that we've been working on recently. So on the left side are the externalities in the form of added benefits and avoided costs. Then we try to quantify these, and then we include it in a causal loop diagram on the right, which is a system dynamics model showing all different economic, social, environmental indicators, how they connect to each other, direct and indirect impacts, causal relationships, and so on. So we try to look at a system from a holistic perspective to understand all relationship between different social and environmental indicators. And then this slide is about EU Copernicus data, which we use in some of our SAVI assessments. They include a wide range of climate change, atmospheric, land monitoring data, and these kind of help us model different climate change scenarios and forecasts, because we understand that climate change will have already does, and will have a huge impact on infrastructure use and efficiency. So we try to put a value to that and include it into our transport assessments. So overall, what is key, if there's one thing you should take from this presentation, is that these economic, social, environmental indicators are key in determining the economic viability of projects and shaping decisions around if a city or policymaker should invest in a project or not. We have seen that with past SAVI assessment, that basically the economic viability of a project changes completely if it's only based on financial indicators, or we also include social, environmental, and other economic indicators beyond the immediate scope of the project. So it's really important to highlight and quantify these parameters. And another key point would be that without local or regional data where possible, the transport analysis and the assessment is not as rigorous or as reliable as we would want to. If you can't prove the environmental benefits of a green project, then what's the point? However, if cities have publicly available data, such as traffic, commuting patterns, population, employment data, and so on, then it's easier to identify the sectoral dynamics and the challenges in a system, and therefore come up with the right solutions. So to close, I would say that data should be publicly available, readily accessible, and most important of all, in a format that can be usable by different stakeholders across public and private spheres. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I personally found the co-creative aspect of the SAVI methodology particularly interesting, but also hope to dive deeper into the questions afterwards. So, Pierre, you are the head of the Urban Data Hub in Hamburg, which is a city with a clear strategy for digitalization. So, please, the stage is yours.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. And I'm here to present the Urban Data Platform Hamburg. Basically, the Urban Data Platform is an infrastructure, a piece of software as well as hardware. And wow. And we're quite experienced in data. So we already started in 2005 running a spatial data infrastructure for the city. And as time developed, IT infrastructure got more important, data got more important, and luckily we have three very important dates in Hamburg. So first of all, we got in 2012 the transparency law of Hamburg, which is basically a law stating that all the data which is legally available to share in public has to be shared in public. One part of this data is geodata. In general, that's stated just the one word, geodata. So if there's no specific law preventing to share geodata, it has to be shared. So we were already in place running a geodata spatial data infrastructure. To go a step further, the next step was implementing an urban data platform. So a platform not only distributing spatial data, but also all data of the city. And in this case, urban data is not only open data. We have two layers, so we provide, of course, most data openly, but also we provide city internal data. This urban data platform is not solitary, but it was accompanied with an urban data hub. This is a specific consulting unit from the city to help other administrative units to embrace data, to increase data literacy, to understand data, how to use data, how to connect data and include data in the urban data platform. The latest date is 2020, where the digital strategy for the whole city was issued and published. And since then, or already before, we started to go the next step, moving the urban data platform into an environment for digital twins. So not only have all the data of the city, but also have them in real time with feedback loops and being able to unifyly use data and put them into value. So we have some guiding principles throughout this way. So first of all, everything must be interoperable, digitally available, and multiple use must be possible. So to achieve this, standardization and using of standard APIs is really, really important. We also care about user-oriented interfaces as well as privacy. It's always a big point. So what is the urban data platform? Basically, it's a middleware. So at the bottom, you can see here special purpose IT systems. Some for counting vehicles on the streets, some are planning data like road networks, or parking data for electrical vehicle charging stations. So basically all this data from these different systems coming through different APIs are included in the urban data platform. They're unified and distributed through standardized API, mostly APIs originating from the geospatial world, so OGC API features or OGC some other things API, for example, if you want to distribute real-time data. This data is gathered by different portals. You can run apps on them and also feed it into the Transparency portal, which shows all the open data available in Hamburg. So, but we're here for mobility data. So we have some real-time data. I rather call it urban real-time data because mobility data is just a part of our data. In the head left, you can see, basically we have counting stations, which are also shown in the graphic, which we are at 400 places in the city. The cars are really counted automatically, so we have every 5 minutes a real-time assessment of the running cars in the city. We also have data on traffic lights, which we provide in real time, or or bike sharing stations or electrical vehicles charging stations. But you have to put this data together with already available static planning data. And as we rely on an already in place spatial data infrastructure, we have this data in unified format in one database or in multiple federated databases. So we could directly start to create planning dashboards to enable cross-domain planning processes and think about important mobility places like public transport stations when planning daycare stations or school buildings or something like that. You don't need to gather this data first because we have it, we share it through standardized APIs, so we can directly use it in the new IT system. So there are also real-time applications. In Hamburg, of course, we have not a quite good advanced traffic infrastructure, so it's more about adding value on top. So this application is about optimizing traffic routes and like creating a system where you face traffic light that you can just go straight as a bike and don't have to stop too many times. But when you have all this data in one place, distributed in one place, that's an important thing, distributed through an urban data platform, because it's a system of systems. There are also specific IT systems collecting the data in the long term, but we are the specific system for sharing data, basically. You can combine this data, like traffic count data, waiting periods, traffic flow data. You can put that into an AI backend, which we are doing at the moment with a different data authority in a project called #Transmove. They feed the results into traffic control centers, and they can take real-time decisions based on this data and the insights we gathered from the data, because it's not about data, it's about information, and about information at the right place in the right time. So these actions derived from the data implemented in the traffic control center will influence the movements and decisions of the road users, which also itself influences the traffic lights systems through asking for a green light phase or something like that, or tracing, activating a detector. And this again feeds into the computers and again will be fed into the urban data platform, and then the loop starts again. And all this data is just in time available and influences each other. So you can create a data ecosystem, basically. And I think that's it. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Pierre. For me, that really made it clear how Hamburg sees digitalization as an important tool to address pressing issues of the future. So, Louise, beyond the data mappings that you just introduced, you are doing many other things. And one of them is addressing gender topics, or as we say, transport is not gender neutral. What is your approach when researching women's travel behavior?
Thanks, Lena. So at Where's My Transport, over the past 5 months or so, we've been working on a very exciting research project being led in partnership with the TUMI initiative. This research project has two sort of large objectives. The first one being to bridge the gender data gap in the transport sector. As we've heard all throughout the day, it's a critical part to making transport systems really inclusive. And the second kind of high-level objective to this work we're doing is to create a database that is the first of its kind for Africa, in the sense that the research we're leading is focused on 3 African cities, and what we're trying to do with our work here is to provide a comparative view across these cities. But diving a little deeper into the actual research questions that are guiding this work, we're focusing essentially on how women experience public transport. And that may seem like a very broad question to try and tackle. And so we've broken that down with kind of the view that often when we talk about vulnerable groups and incorporating accounting for the needs of vulnerable groups in transport systems, there's kind of this blanket term applied to the category of children or women. So the first approach that we took in framing our research methodology was to break down the woman into different user groups. So how does an informal trader experience public transport differently to a working mother, to a student, to a sex worker? And all these different women groups will have very different needs that they face with the public transport systems that they ride. So in each city we'll be targeting 400 participants, and the methodologies we're using are a mix of both qualitative and quantitative. And what's been really interesting, we're in the very early stages of analyzing the data that's come out of this work, is to contrast the type of findings that you get from the qualitative methods versus the quantitative methods. So to be a bit more tangible with what I mean by this is we have the sort of traditional survey questions where we're trying to interrogate how women, how much they spend on public transport in a week, how frequently they take it, what modes they rely on most, along with the wider socioeconomic occupational data of these women. And then on the other hand, we have more experiential ethnographic research methods that really try and get under the skin of the behavior of women and to provide that granular view on individual behaviors and commuting patterns. And we believe at Where's My Transport that often when talking about technology and digital systems for transport, we forget that user-centric perspective. And so it's important to also focus on collecting that qualitative data and telling the story from the perspective of these women, because it is in these stories that the qualitative details will surface up and inform those bigger quantitative trends. And to give you an example of one thing that was really surprising, just yesterday our research team was debriefing with our local researchers in Lagos, in Nairobi, and Gauteng, where the research is taking place. And one thing that came up from the Lagos insights in the survey was that only 7% of women had reported being catcalled on in public transport. And the local researchers said to us, that's impossible. I was caught off guard when I found this number, because I could walk down the block just 2 streets and get catcalled more times than I can count. So I think that speaks to the importance of considering what methodologies you implement when you collect data and to what ends you're trying to collect this data, because essentially when a woman is filling in a survey form, what they will recount will be very different to the experience they will share with other women in a workshop room that feels like a safer environment. So that's been some very interesting insights that have emerged from the work we're doing, and more of this will come out publicly, hopefully, and feed into the mobility data hub that we'll hear more about from Frederick later. But yeah, it's been some really exciting work to do, and I also want to say that this work is being led by local researchers who aren't here today, and by our head of research, Chantal, who also couldn't make it today. But yeah, that's what we're doing at Where's My Transport on gender.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Super interesting, and also thank you for digging deeper into the methodology behind it and showing us that there is an urgent need to really close the gender data gap in mobility. Michael, I've been wondering about how it is when you start your work on a new project or city. So can you maybe paint us a picture on this? So what are, in your experience, some good examples in regard to a city, a ministry, or other body that utilizes mobility data?
Thank you. So in the project selection process, we try to adopt an avoid, shift, improve approach. So avoid unnecessary travel when we can, shift from polluting to cleaner transport modes, and improve the performance of the transport system overall through, for example, policies or the adoption of new technologies and so on. So once a project is selected, we start looking at a system as a complex and integrated entity. A system can be a city or a region or an ecosystem or even a country. And when we look at this system, we try to identify the key performance indicators and outcomes. As you saw before in the causal loop diagram, how they interact with each other, and based on that we try to develop scenarios. Some examples of this would include, for example, if we work on a BRT project, for instance, what would the demand on other transports, how would they be affected? Would there be employment creation or not? What are the climate change impacts? What are the contributions to GDP or impacts on health? And also we try to, we understand that these are completely different in every local context. We don't adopt a one-size-fits-all approach, and we try to get as much as we can local data. The process is more time-consuming, often expensive, but more locally relevant. So from a practical point of view, we summarize all the indicators and externalities in the causal loop diagram. We're using a software called Vensim. We create synergies and look at causal relationships and impacts. And then we use spatial modeling or EU Copernicus data for climate change impacts where appropriate. And then we try to quantify all these different indicators, and we try to add them to a traditional project finance model and a cost-benefit analysis. When we add all the environmental and the social indicators, it becomes an integrated cost-benefit analysis. So basically we're trying to reduce uncertainty as much as possible, and capture the full costs and benefits of a project. Because in the end we just need to show that, you know, sustainable projects are less risky than perceived often, especially to reluctant investors or public actors. An example of a city, we're planning on working on 2 projects in Bogota. One is a massive mass rapid transit project in the form of an elevated train line, the first of its kind in Bogota. And the second is a city-level sustainable transport strategy. And although the project is still at an early stage, it's widely recognized that Bogota has a wide range of publicly available transport data that we could use, such as employment, population, commuting patterns, air pollution data, and so on. So I think it's in relation as well to Transmilenio, which is one of the most successful BRT projects. So although it's an early stage, I'm looking forward to working on a project where you have this kind of data available. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Michael. Pierre, last question for you. You do oversee everything that happens within your hub. So after the presentation that you just held on the Urban Data Platform Hamburg, I was wondering if you could share with us one aspect of the hub which surprised you in how difficult it was to implement.
I think the most difficult part is to implement policies and state rules how data should be connected. So it's easy if you identify a use case to implement one use case. Maybe pick a specific solution with a company within the public administration. Doesn't matter, to just get started. That's the most important point. But after that, translating this into a regulative framework to make it possible to sustain it in the long run, not to lose all the created intellectual potential in the public authority. I think that's the most challenging part. But also you cannot neglect that one of our biggest parts is to get people to speak with each other. So I think that's one of the most difficult things, to identify who needs data, who has this type of data, and make them speak with each other and find a solution to exchange data.
Thank you, Pierre.
Welcome.
Now, having a look at the audience, are there any questions from you to our speakers of the panel today? Please raise your hand and we will hand you a microphone. I see the first hand is up.
Hello. Can you hear me well? Hi. Yes. Hi, my name is Michaela Mihov and I'm from the GIZ. I work on a project in GIZ. It's called the Sustainable Infrastructure Solutions Incubator. So we kind of work on scaling sustainable infrastructure solutions and making them really applicable across different countries and regions. And one of the tools we also looked at was actually Savi, because we think it's a very useful tool. But my question would be, because, I mean, it's very useful because it is, like you said, it's customized, so it's very specific to the context. But what are the challenges when it actually comes to scaling it and making it, like, you know, not used for only one project or a few, but actually across the infrastructure portfolios of countries? What is, like, the biggest challenge in scaling it? And actually also what I'd be interested in, like, in the project that you've already done with, like, cities or governments, what is, like, how is it received? Is there, like, demand to do it again? Or is it more like, okay, it was nice to have it, but now we'll do it in another way? Or is there, like, really demand for it? And if yes, what's, like, the most convincing argument for actually using Savi? Thank you.
Thank you. 2 questions for you.
Thank you. I'll take that one. So I would say that we're trying to find the balance between, like, working and assessing transport projects on a local, using local parameters and being kind of scientifically accurate, but also automating as many processes as we can to kind of enlarge the scope that we can use this project. So there's a fine line between this of, like, local conditions, but this is really, really time consuming, but also kind of put in a usable format that a lot of different governments or cities can use. Then your second question, actually, I'll answer as well the biggest challenge of your question. I would say it's the data collection, the biggest challenge. As we mentioned earlier, in a lot of countries, access to data is not that straightforward. And when there is data, is scattered around different public entities, so it's really hard to have access to it. So that's the biggest challenge when putting different data for valuations for our methodologies. Now, your second question is going to be harder for me to answer because a lot of the projects are in an early stage. But I think that if you try to really, really prove to the policymaker or to the city that you're talking to that all of these environmental and social benefits are really important, and if they're not considered today, they're going to be a big problem in 10, 20 years from now. So you're trying to prove that with numbers or with words when you can as well, and that's how you kind of try to convince them that it's not good to have a tunnel vision and only look at the investment costs and operation and maintenance costs when, you know, the temperature is going to go up in 5, 10 years, and this will impact the whole transport system in the city, let's say. So I would say that's my answer.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience at that point? I see another hand raised. Thanks, Leonie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea. I'm from Costa Rica. I'm a background on informal transport and also do sustainable cities. Just connecting with one of the panels in the morning, I was wondering how the ISD work that you're doing on incorporating other benefits to the transport planning connects if you're working with development banks. Because in the context of a global south, the development banks have a lot of muscle on what type of projects are being implemented, and what we see is they keep wanting to build roads and have road loans and apparently also natural gas, as we saw in the morning. So how is your work connecting with the development banks to actually transform that transport transition?
I would say that a really good answer would be above my pay grade, but I will try to answer it. In terms of projects, we always have kind of a development background or someone that's like a focal point and is kind of like the middle ground person that would connect us to the transport projects. And then we, as I mentioned earlier, we try to tap into the avoid, shift, improve kind of framework as much as possible. So we look at different projects through these organizations And we kind of try to find or select projects that tap into all three of them, or at least two of them. For example, electrification or active transport encouragement. So where basically the benefits are quite straightforward. If they don't tap into this avoid, shift, improve approach, then we hopefully don't take these projects. But usually they do. So I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other last question for our session today? I see one. Yes.
Thank you. So my question would go to Louise and maybe connect with what Pierre said earlier. It's about data ownership and open data. And to what extent the cities you work with, Louise, are they capable of making the data you collect for them publicly available? To what extent do they do it? And should these approaches maybe also lead to some institutional capacity building for longer term data ownership and building up of capacity to collect and work with data as Hamburg is doing?
Great question. Please,
Yes.
Louise.
I was thinking the data would eventually come, a question would eventually come on open data. To what extent are cities that we work in leveraging open data? Very little, unfortunately. There are a lot of initiatives being developed, which I'm sure you've heard about, like the DT4A or the Mobility Data Hub. And initiatives like that are generally spearheaded by international organizations, whether it's TUMI, ITDP, or the AFD. So unfortunately, when there are open data initiatives in the transport sector, they're not being led by the city governments themselves. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of the enabling infrastructure, and the first step to get there is certainly with the support of multilateral banks and other international organizations. But it's not just in the funding, it's also in the regulatory landscape. And as Pierre mentioned earlier, without a regulation that forces actors to make the data open, the industry won't follow suit. And Where Is My Transport is guilty of that indirectly. We would love to make our data open if that was financially possible. But the route to getting our data in the hands of as many people as possible at the moment means that we've taken a path that is not compatible with open data. And we do try to make that data open in certain instances. So what's interesting when thinking about open data is also the types of data being made open. So here with the gender project we're doing, we're putting to use and hopefully making it openly accessible on gender data. With the more operational data, that at the moment is still private, although there have been GTFS feed by Where's My Transport that have been made public. So a bit of a long-winded answer, but I think when I reflect on that challenge of making data open in emerging market cities, to me it raises a broader question on what are the kind of barriers preventing actors from making the data open, and what role can city governments take to help those private actors overcome these barriers. And kind of public-private partnerships jumps to mind, but really digging into what that means for emerging market cities is, I think, a very, very different game to a city like Hamburg, and we're probably at the opposite end of the spectrum when thinking about emerging cities and open data, but it's certainly a topic that needs to be pushed and reflected upon.
Maybe I just add some things to that. I think open data is something like the add-on at the end. If you can afford to gather the data as well as make it public, if it's not publicly generated data, then it's good to do that, because in Hamburg we've noticed we are creating kind of a research startup environment where you can easily experiment, try things on our data, apply it in a different city or country or whatever. So because it's possible for us. But I think the key is not thinking about closed data or open data, but there are shades in between. For a city, it's a real big benefit if you don't sell your data to each authority separately. So that's also one of the aspects of the Urban Data Platform Hamburg. So we gather the data, distribute it within the city. So not all of our data is made publicly available. That's the difference between open data and the Urban Data Platform, or the Open Data Platform, the Open Data Portal Hamburg and the Urban Data Platform Hamburg. So and this is this multiple use. Multiple use can also be within the city, and then I think there are a lot of business models possible, creating benefits for public administrations, for the civil society, as well as for companies.
Great, thank you all, and to all of you also who raised those questions. To conclude our session today, we would like to highlight TUMI's work on data and digitalization. So TUMI is currently working on making open data relevant for urban and transport planning available in its mobility data hub. Not the urban mobility data hub, but the mobility data hub. And my colleague Frederick will tell you now more about what TUMI is doing to shape the digital transformation of urban mobility. So.
Thank you also for this interesting panel and all the points. I don't have a big speech. I think there's a lot of anticipation on this, but I just wanted to share a few words about what we're doing with this TUMI data platform, or the hub that we're trying to develop, and really just build up some more anticipation. So the real challenge of our times is data. And as we see today, the brightest minds are now working on data. There's so much data to be able to even collect, analyze, use. It's becoming almost insurmountable. And what we're trying to now create is this hub that makes data findable and usable. Because today, even data that's available is too hard to find. And like we're talking about these savvy assessments, or a city working on something, getting that data in one place is already a first step. So being able to provide for a city, open as possible, creating standards that are ethical and technically appropriate and acceptable around the world, having that available in an open source. Even the code is open source, but all the information, as much as possible, should be open source. And this is where we're really trying to go. And also TUMI, we do subscribe to avoid, shift, improve paradigms. And now we want to use data to that end. And that's the means to the end. So driving this data change is really a way to create data-driven decision-making. And today, as we see here, Luis, talking about a city like Lagos, where you map the transport network to even understand where do more buses need to go, is a simple question to answer if you have the data. And if you have all the information available, you can move and make these next steps. So what we're doing now, together with CAF, we have also our representative here from the Latin American Development Bank, is our first partnership where we're working in Latin America to create this, develop the technical side of the hub, but also create pilot projects in cities in Latin America to solve problems using data. And being able to use that as a proof of concept to say, hey, look, it works, it's not so hard. Our first city is Bogota. We actually had the kickoff meeting yesterday, which we're really proud of, and Bogota is already at the other end of the spectrum. I would almost compare them with Hamburg, but even they have problems. And to use data to solve a problem, and using technology and new methods of solving mobility problems is what we're trying to do. And we have further pilots that's going to be going on, and after that we want to expand to Africa, to Asia, to different places around the world. But in essence, we are trying to bridge this data divide, and we want to bring that forward. We want to share it with the world. We want to be open. Everything we create, the code will be open source. All the things we do, we want to work together with everybody here today. So if you have any inputs, exchanges, discussions to have, please reach out to me, my colleague Lena. We're working on this most of the time, trying to move forward and see where what is what. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have from my side. And appreciate also everybody taking the long journey out here to share these successful and really interesting stories with us. Thank you. Oh, over to you, Viviane.
Thank you, Frederick. Thank you, everyone, for these interesting insights. It definitely leaves me hopeful. And we're definitely looking forward how you guys are going to tackle the challenges you have just outlined. And as Frederick said, I mean, we will have the networking cocktail later, so feel free to reach out to our speakers and, yeah, get the discussion going. And so, moving on, next in our program is a hybrid format with guests from India, Indonesia, and Brazil. My colleague Victor Valente is the head of pilot projects at TUMI, and he supports urban mobility policies and projects in Latin America, and he will guide us through the next session. So I welcome you to our panel, Victor.
Thank you. Well, I was thinking if I should take this bold decision, like Insa said in the beginning, of starting with a feminist panel. And I see that many people here look very tired. I myself am tired. So I'd like to welcome you, invite you, if you could stand up just for 1 minute, please. And breathe. Important, not forget. And stretch a bit. I think it's scientifically proved that it helps the oxygen get to the brain, and then you get more engaged in the almost last panel that we'll have today. So if you could stretch, move. I can guide you as well. The ones at home, please. I know that we are broadcasting, so please feel free also to enjoy. Okay. Yeah, it's open. The window is also good. Thank you very much. Now, before I will invite the panelists to this session, but as Viviane told us, this is going to be a hybrid session. So we have also guest speakers from India recorded here. So before I invite the panelists, I will do it. But before, I would like to come back to the first presentation that we have, or the first speech. Maybe not everyone was here, but Mr. Jochen Flasbarth from BMZ, he was saying that the investment gap in the transport sector is huge. And if you compare to water, energy, and telecommunications is combined, it's double. So we are talking about the $10 trillion until 2040. So it's a huge, huge gap. So the question that we raise and try to answer from the beginning is, how are we able to close this gap? And it's not only closing this gap, we have to do it fast. And it's not only doing fast, we have to do it green and sustainable. So it's really not an easy way or easy path that we have ahead of us. And now we're going to have a panel that we're going to focus on 3 examples or cases or that we would like to shed light from India, from Brazil, and also from Indonesia. And we're going to start with 2 short videos from the colleagues, from representatives from India. First from Mr. Manoj Joshi, the secretary from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He was not able to join us here today, but he recorded specifically for this event this video and sent us yesterday. So I myself didn't have the chance to watch it. For me, it will be also new, and I would like to ask the colleagues behind there if you could show it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. I am happy to be part of TUMI 2022 Conference and share with you the work being done in India under the Indo-German Green Urban Mobility Partnership in this session. The Indian government recognizes the challenges of climate change and role of transport sector in promoting green mobility. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has been actively engaged in encouraging and supporting cities to adopt new and innovative low-carbon solutions. The mitigation of climate change has therefore become of India's top policy priorities. In 2021 at COP26 in Glasgow, PM Modi declared India's ambitious climate change action target under the name Panchamrit. Alongside the expansion of renewable energy capacity, India aims at reducing its total project carbon emissions by 1 billion tons from now towards 2030, and by 2070 achieve the target of net zero. The Indian government understands that green transport infrastructure will make a large contribution towards achieving these targets. In 2019, India and Germany declared their joint commitment to cooperate in this sector more intensively by establishing the bilateral Green Urban Mobility Partnership as a strategic framework. The focus of GUMP is on improving the access to public transport and integrated urban mobility services by providing state-of-the-art green infrastructure and build the capacity of organizations and individuals to implement such projects. Especially in urban areas, the motorization rate is growing with associated carbon emissions from individualized motorized transport and further congestion. Government of India is following the ASI approach in our infrastructure project, which is first, avoid travel demand by aligning infrastructure with transit-oriented development. Secondly, shift travel from individual motorized transport to public transport and active mobility. And lastly, improve existing infrastructure by making it more energy efficient and less carbon intensive. It is vital to provide attractive and affordable public transport and active mobility alternatives to induce a modal shift that will limit CO2 emission from the transport sector. The Urban Transport Division of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has been actively encouraging and supporting cities to implement initiatives like bus rapid transit system, urban transit infrastructure, or financing of metro rail projects, etc. as part of the provisions of National Urban Transport Policy 2006. Alongside a shift required in sustainable mobility, the GUMP is also improving existing transport infrastructure to tackle climate change. GUMP activities also ensure that the associated energy demand is met with energy from renewable sources. Only through coupling of energy and transport sector, we can guarantee that electrification of transport infrastructure will lead to a reduction of CO2 emissions. We are promoting an integrated approach to urban mobility planning in all our partner cities. The idea is to realize synergies in mobility plans that integrate socio-economic perspectives with carbon emission and air pollution reduction measures. Therefore, making climate mitigation gains at the local scale while also improving sustainable mobility options for the local population. Regarding financial cooperation funds for green urban mobility, we are grateful to German government's BMZ ministry for supporting the partnership through KfW with concessional loans up to 1 billion euro. I would cite few examples of how green urban mobility partnership has resulted in impactful green infrastructure projects. In the state of Tamil Nadu, for example, the climate-friendly modernization of bus services aims to cater for an additional 600,000 passengers, resulting in the saving of up to 2,900 tons of CO2 each day. Towards this objective, up to 2,213 aged diesel buses will be replaced with modern, more efficient, energy-efficient models using Bharat Standards 6, while an additional 500 electric buses are planned to be introduced, fueled entirely from renewable energy sources. Green transport infrastructure pertains not exclusively to large-scale rail systems or bus fleets, but also includes seemingly small interventions such as a safe pedestrian walkway or a sound cycling track. This type of infrastructure is often more swiftly implemented with relatively large impact on emission and pollution reduction. Finally, I would like to emphasize that green transport infrastructure is not only a pivotal part in achieving climate change mitigation targets, but also to attain sustainable development in the long term. the Green Urban Mobility Partnership has made significant contributions to both objectives across different levels and fields of the sector. I am convinced that this bilateral partnership will continue to have a large impact on India's transition towards green urban mobility and help achieve Prime Minister Modi's Panchamrit targets for climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have also a shorter video from Kochi, the mayor of Kochi. That's also a TUMI Challenge partner, TUMI Challenge City, that sent us the video as well, if you could play. And after, we're gonna...
Hello, everybody. The Kochi Municipal Corporation has been taking its leading role to see that all the green mobility projects has been implemented inside the city. And I am very proud to say that all of our budgets that has been presented has included the green mobility programs in our budgets. One of the important steps that we have taken was the introduction of e-auto rickshaws inside the city. With the help of the GIZ, we have introduced 100 e-auto rickshaws inside the city. And the auto rickshaw has been one of the important and the most prominent mode of transport, most commonly used and popular mode of transport in Kochi. And now we are converting them into e-auto rickshaws. And we had made use of this project even on a pilot phase, even when COVID was taking its hit. And we had provided auto ambulances during that period with the help and support of GIZ. The smart city project that is being implemented inside the city, the Kochi Corporation has always been trying to see that all the footpaths are built properly. There is proper cycle tracks, so that people use these kinds of methods so that they can cycle, they can use e-auto rickshaws. We are also trying to implement the water metro project again with the help of the German government help, so that we can go on boards. We have our metro system, and so that we are slowly converting the whole panorama of the transportation system inside Kochi to green transportation systems. We have also, with the help of TUMI, we have placed signage boards inside, specifically on tourist destinations in Kochi, so that the people in Kochi, the tourists in Kochi, can find the places and locations easily with the help of the signage boards. We have also started the Cycle with Kochi project, which is again an innovative project that has been mooted by the GIZ. It has been successful. The cycle ambassadors, the cycling training that we have been imparting to the citizens, to the ordinary people, especially the Kudumbasri women inside the city, has also helped us to take all these green mobility projects forward. So I wish that these projects come true at its most fastest pace. We will continue with this endeavor. We will join the world to see that the fossil fuels are dependent only very less, and we all convert into green mobility initiatives. Thank you, and best wishes from the city of Kochi.
Thank you. So now I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ayodhia Kalake, the Executive Secretary at the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment in Indonesia. Thank you very much for coming all the way, flying all the way here to Germany. Also, Ms. Larissa Amorim, Undersecretary for Sustainability of the Brazilian Ministry of Infrastructure. Also, thank you very much for flying all the way here. And Mrs. Claudia Schmerler, Head of Climate Financing and Mobility for South Asia at KfW. Thank you for taking the train here. Our guests will present their experience they made during the planning and implementation of green infrastructure in Indonesia, India, and Brazil. In case of Claudia, also maybe giving also another idea, not only India, but also South Asia. And I would like to ask, please, we're going to have then presentations, and then afterwards, if I have still time, we can have also a Q&A session. But then I'll ask firstly, Mr. Ayodhia, if you could take your mic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Victor, distinguished speakers, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor for me to share this special occasion with all of you. And I believe that we all here have a common view that sustainable infrastructure is a backbone of climate-friendly initiatives and spotlight the importance of achieving a sustainable transport infrastructure. And hence, it should become an area that we need to handle seriously. Digitalization and integration of transportation modes can support the people's seamless mobility and would be of the utmost importance. And the urgency and demand for better transport infrastructure have increased significantly. The government of Indonesia is very keen to develop its green infrastructure by, in particular, by enacted the Presidential Regulation 2019 to support the transition from the combustion vehicle to battery electric vehicle. This is for instance. And referring to the bilateral cooperation between the government of Indonesia and the government of Germany in 2019, both countries agreed to establish the Green Infrastructure Initiative Program. And I'm very glad to hear that the ITDP, in cooperation with the city of government of Jakarta, already launched the electric bus to serve the public with green transportation mode. And the government of Indonesia started the program by transforming the combustion vehicle into BEV in ministries and also in other government institutions, and followed by the by transfer the public transportation supporting by provincial and municipal government. And for your information, as the host country of the G20 summit, November 2022 in Bali, the government Indonesia will also use the battery electric vehicle as the official vehicle for the head of states and leaders and other supporting operational vehicles. So it is so our strong commitment to implement the Paris Agreement and the COP26 by reducing the carbon emission and also reduce the fossil fuel consumption. The Indonesian National Electric Company, for example, gives an incentive with a free of charge higher power for those who purchase the battery electric vehicle and applies special price as well. So we built the charging station and also the battery swap station to create integrated ecosystem of BEV. Challenges, as the archipelagic country with more than 17,000 islands, connectivity is one of significant keys to develop this country and to serve the people. Besides that, fast pace of urbanization, low market share of public transport for commuting, and the dominance of motorcycles along with the resulting traffic accident, noise, and also congestion. Initially, we have 6 metropolitan area to develop, of which Bandung City in West Java exhibit the most promising progress, and we are still working on them with combination choice of modes and financing scheme. In relation with Green Infrastructure Initiative, we have had 2 steering committee meetings. In the first meeting, we have selected prospective provinces together, and it is important because we need a strong commitment from the governors. And the provinces are assessed not only by political appointment, of course, but also by their experience on building similar projects and their fiscal capacity. At the time, we agreed to have West Java, East Java, Central Java, and also Bali province as the selected provinces. In the second meeting, we then selected the most prospective projects proposed by the selective province, and the proposed project assessed based on project conformity, readiness, and inevitability. Currently, we have had 6 approved proposals. Feasibility study work for BRT and LRT in Bandung and Surabaya, and for BRT project in Pengalongan and Solo, and the progress of each proposal will be discussed separately with related stakeholders. And as last remark, I would recommend several critical items to focus on. The seamless integration of the different transportation modes and systems, including infrastructure and technology, need to be underlined. And also the financial analysis on the investment and creative funding from public-private partnership or other sources. So we invite private sector to play an active role and invest in this industry. And we also seek to maximize local content to generate the local economy and transfer of technology through the capacity building. And we need to strengthen cooperation with other institutions, and for instance, the ITDP, the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy, in developing the ecosystem that encourage the use of battery electric vehicle massively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to call Claudia Schmerler to present also about, we had a presentation already from GUMP. You heard the first Mr. Manoj. He was talking about the GUMP is this partnership between Germany and India, and Claudia will give more details from the KfW perspective as well. Thank you.
If you allow me to see my presentation there, the screen is getting tired as well. It's very shaky and it makes me very nervous, and I don't want to inflict that nervousness onto you. So first of all, thank you for hanging in with us. We are the almost last panel, so thanks for bearing with us. I try to be very brief, because basically everything was already said. Victor, you asked me to just give a bit of contextualization of partnerships in India and what we do. I skipped that slide. The only thing that you should take from the slide is I am not representing India. I am working for the German Development Bank, being part of the German Promotional Bank. So the views that I have are from a financing perspective, which is challenging enough, I find, but it's only a very small part of the challenges that are being faced by my colleagues on the panel that are actually responsible for the full-fledged implementation in their countries. Germany is cooperating with India for a very, very long time. KfW, the institution I work for, is active in India in supporting different projects for more than 60 years. You see the numbers. For us, it's the biggest partner country in development finance. So these numbers are big to us. They're small to India. You heard about some of the Indian numbers in earlier sessions. So everything in India is big, including the challenges. And I stand here as the head of division in KfW, responsible for, amongst others, mobility in South Asia, and the others is actually energy. And as you can see, the Green Urban Mobility Partnership that is mentioned on this slide and was mentioned earlier is one partnership Germany has with India amongst several. The most recent is the one on the top that has just been concluded between the Prime Minister of India, Modi, and our new Chancellor, Scholz. You may wonder why on this slide we still have our previous Chancellor here, Ms. Merkel. That is because actually the picture was taken when the partnership on mobility was concluded in 2019. And if you run through to some of the topics of the partnerships, really our cooperation with India is, it started out very much around the topic of poverty. But over the decades, and definitely in this millennium, it is really on climate in all its facets. So energy as well as mobility, but also natural resource management are core to our partnership that we have with India. If I very briefly zoom into the mobility partnership, just to give you some flavor of what is it that we're talking about. I work for a bank, so we finance projects. Basically, it really is hardcore investment finance. On the left side, you see some of the infrastructure investments that we have been involved in as KfW in India. You see there is a strong focus, if not to say we solely focus, on public transport in urban cities. And I'm looking out for the lady from Costa Rica. It's unfortunate I don't see her. I would have loved to tell her we're not financing roads. We're not interested in roads. We're actually interested in public transport. The mayor of Kochi was speaking earlier on. He mentioned water transport. That's the project on the bottom. It's a public transport in a state, for those that don't know Kerala, it's on the sea, it's very lagoon, lots of islands, difficult to travel. And those are hybrid ferries, which is really quite innovative, not only for India, but globally. So we're really glad to cooperate on that project. We look at buses, metros, you can see that. On the right side, I just selected a few of the topics that are close to our heart and that are not new to anyone in the room. So I'll just skip that. I think it's the key takeaway really is we look at public transport and we look at it in all its facets. Not just the large-scale infrastructure. You might get the impression from the left side. We would love to also finance cycling and pedestrian streets standalone, so non-motorized transport. One of the challenges, it's not as easy to do as a development bank from abroad. I'll leave it at that. Why are we doing this? Thinking it from the end, we have some joint targets with India. With our financing, those are some direct objectives that we try to achieve in the course of our cooperation. You may have seen that the mobility partnership is set out for 5 years. Germany is, it's 1 billion, so it's roughly 200 million a year. But this is embedded in a larger scale partnership we have with India, and already both governments are taking a forward-looking view, thinking it until 2030. So we were asked to model what we do now, model it until 2030, have some assumptions, obviously lots of assumptions that go into that slide of what is it that we are asked to finance, what is it that we are able to finance, and then what would be the impacts of those infrastructures. So lots of assumptions on ridership, on how things work, on viability. But I cut all that story short, and I wanted to show you these numbers against which we all want to be measured at some point. This is why we do this. There's a lot of steps in between, but this is what is really driving us. If we can achieve this, we're happy. We feel we've been successful. We had representatives from India here. I think I've heard a number this morning. India's objective on the CO2 savings, for example, where we have 14 million here, direct savings from KfW co-finance projects. India's target in itself is 1 billion. So you see big numbers, but within that context, huge challenge, many more partners that are required, much more investment that is required. And that slide, I don't think I have to comment whatsoever. I heard it several times throughout the day. It is also the mantra that we work by, and We really truly mean it in all its facets. And the one thing I like to emphasize, being responsible for both mobility and energy really is close to my heart, that sometimes when you look at doing mobility projects, and I think e-mobility, we had a panel on it today, it is something that everybody really likes, but it's something that, and maybe this is controversial, but I like to be controversial, so I make that statement. It is something that is not always sensible to do. If I, for a very brief moment, if you allow me, I'm also responsible for our cooperation with Bangladesh. A country like Bangladesh, which is very early on its energy transition to renewables, it really is heavily dependent still on fossil fuel. It's also starting now to think about e-mobility, and it engaged in discussions with us. I think it's applaudable to think ahead, but I really think e-mobility is not even 2, step 3 for Bangladesh to go. They first of all really need to look, and we also heavily involved in working with them on their energy sector. Loads and loads of challenges. Not only is it dirty energy, it's also not reliable. The grid is very much outdated. So really when you want to do mobility right, sometimes you start somewhere very different. And it doesn't look like a mobility project, but it's just as meaningful, if not more meaningful, in the beginning of a journey. So I leave it at that, and I look forward to a discussion we are hopefully going to have in a moment.
Yes, thank you very much, Claudia. And thank you. Now, I would like to call Larissa Amorim also to present the experience of Brazil.
Can I speak here? Okay. Hello, guys. I would like to greet you all. I will try not to be so boring. I know you are all very tired. It has been a long day. Well, my name is Larissa Amorim. I'm Undersecretary of Sustainability of the Ministry of the Infrastructure. We call it MINFRA. I will say that word a lot of times during my presentation, so I hope you understand. MINFRA is where I work. I'm a forest engineer, and I'm a forest engineer from the University of Brasilia, and where also I did my master in forest sciences, focusing on recovering degraded areas. I have been a civil servant since 2011, and I started my career at the Brazilian Environmental Agency that we called IBAMA. IBAMA is not Obama, okay? Usually people confuse it, but it's another institution. And I started my career there, and today I'm in charge of the environmental licensing, the monitoring, and all of the transport infrastructure works, and ensuring sustainability is part of all projects of our ministry. The challenge in the sector are many, and MINFRA works very carefully to address each one of them. Regarding my agenda, I can assure you that we are on track to decarbonize our infrastructure sector. Improvements in transport efficiency, infrastructure quality are central to the country's competitiveness and reduction of emissions. We know that for there to be an improvement in this sense, great investments will be necessary, such as balancing the transport system and especially the use of alternative and sustainable sources. To talk about these changes, I would like to share with you today some examples of what MINFRA has been working on the past of the 3 years. The first point that we must highlight is that the transport infrastructure gap in Brazil started when the public sector took back the management, the construction, and the planning of most of the roads, ports, and railways. As a developing country, and here I think my colleagues perhaps will agree with me, we soon realized that we could not take care of all the matters at once. We must choose all our battles. So transport infrastructure was not in the center of our policies for a long time. Fortunately, this started to change recently. And not only the policy makers, but the population started to demand better infrastructure services. Since 2019, we can proudly say that transport infrastructure is a long-term national policy that will overlast governments, and that's part of the priority of the population as well, who not only demanding services, but who also keep an eye on what is being done. When the Ministry of Infrastructure set out these plans for all modes of transport, I was invited to ensure that the projects will be guided by sustainability. Brazil, historically a country that plays an important role in discussions of protection and preserving the environment. I can say this with an open heart, that because I focus a good part of my studies and on the subject, and because I have followed the work at IBAMA, that by its nature, by nature protects the environmental in Brazil. When I arrived at MINFRA, I knew what I have to do, to put sustainability in the heart of the projects. And what better way to do that than creating a clean path to guide the modeling of all projects. So here we have the Ministry's Sustainability Guidelines, a strategic and political document that is the main reference for the actions of the Ministry and linked bodies in social, environmental, climate management, and to ensure ESG standards in the planning, implementation, expansion, and operation of the federal transport infrastructure. The guidelines cover 5 strategic areas. As you can see in the slide, they are planning and governance, climate change projects, studies and research, environmental license, and land management. The implementation of the guidelines has an operative document, the Sustainability Agenda, scheduled to be reviewed every 4 years. This agenda aims to promote synergy and integration of the efforts made by the various actors in the sector, reflected in an instrument capable of guiding the actions carried out in each presidential term. The implementation of the Sustainability Agenda and other projects are coordinated and monitored by a broad and comprehensive committee, translated into a governance process compatible with the principles of the ESG agenda. As you all can see, sustainability is a part of the heart and soul of all projects in our ministry. The Undersecretariat of Sustainability, where I work, is in charge of several actions, initiatives, and partnerships related to climate change, and also financing instruments that consider the reduction of greenhouse emissions and the ESG agenda for transport infrastructure. When we focus on the environmental agenda, beside the ministry guidelines, we also follow the guidelines to complete the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, analysis of impact and climate risks in railway, highway, and public coastal ports infrastructure. To follow up with this, the ministry works and the agenda compliance having environmental performance indexes for management and sustainable to keep a close eye on all of our projects. MINFRA has implemented a set of actions to ensure that all your projects and work are transparent. This is also an important topic because, as you know, another lesson that we learn as a developing country ensuring accountability and transparency is something that we must all fight for. And that is something that I'm proud to say we have been doing with a great commitment. Well, as you all noticed, we have a big challenge in Brazil regarding our transport infrastructure, closing the infrastructure gap and delivering the services to our society needs. It takes a lot of planning, investment, and management. We committed to deliver an inclusive and sustainable transport infrastructure. In order to do so, we have to set some goals to guide our path. The first one is to offer the society a safe, accessible, and reliable modes of transport. The second is to contribute to increase the country's competitiveness on the international stage. And the third is to improve the productivity rates and reduce the logistic costs by offering an integrated, sustainable, modern and safe, efficient transport infrastructure. Just to give you an example of how integrated and consolidated our projects are, I want to tell you about our National Logistic Plan, the PNL 2034, and that has been recently implemented in 2021. It was developed with an innovative and totally intermodal methodology, covering the transport of cargo and people at the national level. It outlines a strategic vision of the transport network in the future and evaluates how close we are to the national transport policy's goals through an index system. In this analysis, we identify the needs that should be addressed in the transport sector, like land, port, waterway, and national air, and opportunities for developing of projects, actions, and initiatives. I believe that PNL will help us to develop a sustainable infrastructure. Together with the ministry guidelines and actions, we will be more prepared to address situations related, for example, like climate change. Brazil is very committed with climate change goals, and we are constantly searching for new ways to improve our transport infrastructure, to be more sustainable and resilient each day. Therefore, we are always looking for partnerships and initiatives that can help us further to improve our sustainability agenda. And now I would like to highlight three that are very important to MINFRA. The first one is our partnership with GIZ, that is carried out for some successful studies with MINFRA about transport infrastructure adaptation to climate change risks and how to identify them. The second one is with CBI, Climate Bond Initiative. Together with them, we created a certified railway program granting green bonds to projects that meet the requirements at their origin. And finally, with CDRI, that my colleague from India might know very well. This partnership has the goal to promote the development of the resilient infrastructure to respond to the urgent demand and to expand the universal access to transport infrastructure. Following the climate change agenda, I want to share with you two initiatives that MINFRA has the opportunity to carry out with GIZ, focusing on the impact of climate change on transport mode. The first one is the Adapta Vias project, focused on the road and railway sectors, and the second focus on the Brasilia coastal state-owned ports. I know the path to create the sustainability and the inclusive transport infrastructure is long, full of challenges. However, I believe it's possible to achieve when you are committed to the best practice and guided by great examples. I can state that MINFRA is committed to this mission and is prepared to learn and share with our peers so that everyone can conquer this path together in the fastest and the most sustainable way possible. After all, the time is now. Thank you so much, Duncan Chan. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to open for you. If, after these 3 presentations, feel free to raise your hand and make questions. If not, I have always questions. So no one? Okay, then maybe first for Mr. Ayodhia and Kalake, you presented the initiative in Indonesia. I'd like maybe if you could point out, because you said that the selection process, what are the main challenges while, and also following up on what Claudia said, not e-mobility is something that could be good, but you have to do some work before in some of the countries. How is Indonesia seeing, what is the main focus in Indonesia when talking about green mobility? What you are targeting as the most impactful infrastructure in the case of Indonesia?
Thank you, Victor. To identify and select the project to fund, we have several criteria, in particular for the province who propose the green infrastructure projects. For example, we need political commitment and also leadership from the governors. Yeah? We need to verify the 5-year median term and also the development plan on provincial level. And of course, the relevant subnational policy and regulation that support this project, and number of relevant project ideas, concept, and also the pre-studies submitted to the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, and also to the Indonesian National Development Agency. And we also take into account the already existing infrastructure projects in the eligible sectors, and the fiscal capacity, of course. And we also consider the level of interest to participate in the green infrastructure. So this is the selection criteria for the province that propose the green infrastructure project to the government, to the central government.
Okay, thank you. Claudia, you mentioned the difficulty of implementing active mobility. We didn't talk about this question, but you said that one thing that I find it very interesting, because it's very difficult to finance, for the development banks especially, active mobility. So how do you see the role of KfW in the sense of financing active mobility, and how can we look at financing active mobility as infrastructure? Because I see the meaning of, when I talk about infrastructure, we are talking about larger projects, as you showed, but do you see a role of developments also financing active mobility or bigger projects in this area?
Noah is asking questions we haven't talked about, but the first problem is I don't understand the question.
No.
When you say active mobility?
Yeah, I'm talking about pedestrian and also bicycle.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. Yes, I'll take your question backwards. Do I see a role for us in it? Question or answer is yes. Now, where does that lead me? I'm wondering whether others see a role for us, because we don't have a project yet. But let me qualify that. It is not black and white. When I made the reference, I was making a reference to standalone, non-motorized transport projects. And there's a variety of projects we can all imagine. a lot of them are not investment heavy. Actually, those are, one would think, low-hanging fruits, but they're only low-hanging when you think it from the capital cost. Often, if you think of rearranging streets, not low-hanging at all if you are the mayor of a city and you take away space from motorized transport. So there is a lot to be done. Also, maybe for those that are not familiar within the German system, KfW is just trying, we do the financing, we're a bank, but also as the organizers, GIZ is the technical arm of German cooperation. So there's an even bigger role I see for the advisory part than for us. That said, still there is some investment involved, and as a starting point, and that is something that we regularly do already, you can start thinking around the large-scale infrastructure. I presented several metros that are new corridors that go through, I mean, in India we talk of mega cities. And often, I mean, those are existing cities that have limited space. So you are engaging in existing structures, which has a lot of challenges in itself. And when we look into a project, and one of our investment criteria for us to really be interested to finance a project is ensuring multimodal integration, ensuring last mile connectivity, and that often also includes and should include non-motorized transport. Now, in India, a typical mode of operation for metros is that states and central government are forming a special purpose vehicle, a metro company that is responsible for the construction and later also for the operating of the metro. But they have this very limited mandate for their metro. They don't have the land to think beyond that. But that's exactly what we want to see, integrated thinking, integrated planning. So our role is very much on engaging them and discussing a lot on stakeholder involvement, bringing in the cities, getting a mandate for whoever has the role in a certain setting. It's very different in different countries, even in different states in India. To have that develop. So even in our large-scale infrastructure, we have multimodal integration, including non-motorized transport components. Minimum, we started out, I mean, you have to start somewhere. And I hope I'm not offensive to the Indians in the room, and then I stop. But you can see in India a metro station, it's brilliant, state of the art. You come out of the station, and you dip into some dump, because nothing is developed around it. So one of our first metros with 500 meters catchment area, you need to think of having connections. Like, if you want to come by bicycle, it's still in India, you need to be brave, but let's think into the future. You need parking spot for bicycles. Three-wheelers in India are a common mode for last mile connectivity. So thinking around that, building pedestrian lanes that allow you to go to the metro station without being hit by the car before you actually get on the public transport. So this is how we try right now. We have it integrated in our larger scale projects. We're very open and willing to also do it standalone. It's a challenge of magnitude then, and also of competitive advantages. Things are happening. We are a development bank from Germany. It doesn't make sense sometimes for a large-scale bank somewhere abroad to fund smaller projects. It's inefficient. So let's see where it leads us.
Okay, thanks. And last question to you, Larissa. You were talking about the risk assessment and adaptation. I think it's a big issue, and I think that we have to take into account in those new projects as climate adaptation. And if you could give a bit more, go more in detail and give more details about these studies that you have been working with, and how this influences the decision about the infrastructure that you're going to finance or implement, and how does influence the implementation of the infrastructure?
I will pass for you some details about the study, the port study. It was developed with the partnership between our Aquaviaria agency and with GIZ, and it was concluded the executive summary of impacts and risk of climate change in Brazilian coastal public ports. We did this study with 21 Brazilian ports, and the climate risk analysis was included in 21 public coastal ports. And in addition, the Brazilian ports facing the impacts of climate change, the study also includes a list of adaptation measures to face climate risks caused by winds, storms, and rising sea levels. So this was our criteria: climate risk caused by winds, storms, rising sea levels. In this sense, the document lists 55 actions for ports, 21 of which are structural and 34 non-structural, such as the diversification of the land connections and to the port terminal, and the construction of the shelter infrastructure, the expansion of dragging process, and improve the quality of access to the port and the terminal. So as you can see, it's all related. Even when we are talking about ports and big infrastructure, especially ports that usually are in the heart of the biggest cities on the Brazilian capitals, we need to always take care about the mobility of the person, mobility for the workers, and also mobility from the trains or the trucks that will be always seeking to the port. So all these we have to take care and pay attention when we are analyzing climate change risks.
Thank you. So I would like, after, I think we are, yes, I look at the moderator, yes please, next. I would like to thank you, all of you, and thank you very much also for the audience, and close the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, and all our panelists for this great discussion. Brazil, India, and Indonesia are all global partners for the German cooperation. So we're very happy to have you here with us, joining us virtually and in person. Now we come to a partner with which Germany is working as well since 2008, the Ukraine. There are many reasons to continue and to intensify the cooperation with the Ukraine in the period of war and conflict. But today we want to focus on one aspect that is the topic of our discussion here and also key to a lot of other questions and we discussed here today from a socio-economic development, humanitarian perspective, of course. So we would like to welcome the Honorable Mayor of the city of Lviv, Andriy Sadovy, who will join us virtually today. Mr. Andriy Sadovy, good evening, and thank you very much for being us with here today. I would give the word to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, GIZ family. It is great honor make a speech to you. We have good partnership, good cooperation together with Lviv and GIZ, and I believe in our future. I want make you information about current situation in Lviv, and I prepare a short presentation. It is our cooperation, a lot of different projects, and 2 million IDPs Lviv host during Russian invasion. In this moment, Lviv hosts 200,000 IDPs. This photo from Lviv railway station, and first weeks after invasion, 60,000 people through Lviv railway station. We rebuilt in Lviv 500 municipal locations, schools, theaters, sport gym, libraries for our citizens, and we started build temporary housing for refugees. If you want to imagine a situation, 1 million people population city Lviv, and Lviv hosts one more huge city, 200,000 people. And every day, Lviv hosts new wounded civilian people, women, children, elderly people. This special medical train arrived to Lviv and next to Lviv hospital. This special photo, family from a small city, New York, Donetsk region. This boy, Yaroslav, 12 years old, in carrying his mother with one leg, and a sister, 20 years old, without 2 legs. Russian aggressors attack Kramatorsk, and you see a result of this attack. This family today in our hospital, and my dream, my target, my goal, build in Lviv huge rehabilitation center for civilian people. I expect after war we will have in Ukraine 60,000-70,000 wounded people. They need prosthetics, implants, rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation, physical, social rehabilitation. This is my goal in this center. And this very similar center. Maybe I change my language. I use Ukrainian, and my colleague support me. Це є проект, який нещодавно пройшов архітектурний конкурс, і ми хочемо збудувати окрему трамвайну лінію з центру міста, власне, до цього реабілітаційного центру.
On this slide, you can see the design that is a winner of the recent architectural competition, and this is the tram line that we want to build from the city center to this rehab center.
Ми взагалі надаємо велику перевагу, власне, розвитку електротранспорту в місті.
We place significant emphasis on the development of electric public transportation in the city.
І я думаю, що це є той проект, який може мати підтримку GIZ, щоб ми спільно його зреалізували.
And I believe that this is a project that can be of interest to GIZ, so this is something that we can implement jointly.
Також ми повинні думати про нові місця праці для наших нових львів'ян.
We also need to give thought to new workplaces for the new citizens that we will have in the future.
I expect then 50,000 IDPs after war stay in Lviv, and I must think about new workplace. Львів має добрі традиції випуску виробництва автобусів, електробусів, трамваїв, тролейбусів.
Lviv has a well-established tradition of manufacturing buses, electric buses, trolleybuses.
І ми хочемо зараз вибудовувати новий індустріальний парк, власне, для того, щоб дати людям роботу.
Our intention is to build a new industrial park within a short time frame to provide people with new jobs.
І ми зараз маємо великий надлишок електроенергії в Україні.
We have a big surplus of electricity in Ukraine.
І тому це може бути вигідно для співпраці з країнами Європейського Союзу.
This cooperation can be mutually beneficial with the EU member states.
Я думаю, що вибудовування feasibility study такого індустріального парку спільно з GIZ це була б хороша ідея.
And I believe it would be a good idea to once again cooperate with GIZ in conducting a feasibility study for this industrial park.
Тобто я маю думати про майбутнє.
My point is that I have to already start thinking about the future.
Тому що ми повинні перебудувати взагалі нашу економіку в державі.
There's a need to rebuild our economy on a whole in our country.
Вона повинна бути максимально сучасною.
It's important to make our economy as modern as possible.
І це треба робити дуже швидко.
And this is something that has to be done within a short time frame.
Львів сьогодні має таке зобов'язання, власне, більше думати про майбутнє.
It's one of the commitments on the shoulders of Lviv right now to give thorough thought to our future.
Я думаю, що спільно з GIZ ми можемо мати фантастичну наступну співпрацю.
And I believe that together with GIZ we can have incredible and very fruitful cooperation.
Цей слайд показує ситуацію з залізничним сполученням в Європейському Союзі.
On this slide you can see the current state of play with rail services in the EU.
Моя мрія добудувати від польського кордону до Львова 70 кілометрів вузької колії.
My dream is to extend the narrow gauge European railroad by 70 kilometers from the Polish-Ukrainian border to Lviv.
І збудувати у Львові великий транспортний хаб, великий пасажирський хаб.
This way we will be able to convert the city of Lviv into a large transport and passenger hub.
Сьогодні, власне, транспорт, економічні зв'язки між Європейським Союзом і Україною мають вийти на новий рівень.
We need to take the transportation and economic links between Ukraine and the EU to the new level.
Росія завжди буде сусідом України і буде джерелом агресії.
Russia will always be our neighbor and a source of threat for our country.
Тому нам треба дуже активно працювати над нашим економічним потенціалом.
Therefore, we need to work really hard to bolster and enhance our economic potential.
І я вірю, що це можна спільно зробити.
And I believe that this is something that we can bring to fruition by joining arms.
Unbroken. Сьогодні всі громадяни України є незламними і воюють за незалежність.
Right now, all the citizens of Ukraine are unbroken and invincible, and they are fighting for independence.
Путін прорахувався, він думав, що українська армія – це 400 тисяч.
Putin miscalculated because he believed that the Ukrainian army was 400,000 strong.
Українська армія – 40 мільйонів.
But in fact, we have an army that is 40 million strong.
I believe in our victory. And I think we must next step to cooperation. I cannot think like you. You cannot think like me. We must think together. Only victory. Never give up. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this touching but also inspiring words, and that you found the time to join us here today virtually with our event. I don't know what to say, but I agree with you that we really have to continue with our cooperation. in transport, but in general. So yeah, it's an honor to work together, continue to work together. We have also a colleague from the Ukraine here, Viktor Zagreba, sitting here with us. Maybe we could just stand up, working with our colleagues for several years also in sustainable urban mobility, so can also answer any questions you have here during this day. So thank you very much. Not sure if there's any question from the audience. But so we won't take any much more of your time. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Thank you very much. So we'll hand over to Viviane.
Thanks, Jens. You're meant to highlight one more event happening tomorrow, which related to the. No worries. I mean, it's a tough transition to make here after this lightning talk.
Yeah, we'll have the Ukraine Transport Dialogue tomorrow as a side event of the ITF. So, of course, feel free to invite it to join this discussion tomorrow at the ITF, an official side event, the Transport Ukraine Dialogue tomorrow.
And I'm sure we'll get further insights into the situation there. In addition to the Ukraine Transport Dialogue tomorrow, there are two other ITF side events we would like to bring to your attention. The one Jens mentioned earlier is the global launch of our TUMI e-bus mission campaign. Come and find us by our bus at the fairground. The second event was also mentioned earlier by Angelika. It's a co-hosted side event by the World Bank and the BMZ on the transport structure investment gap at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can find the details of these events on our invitation flyers, which are lying around in the back. Yeah, and now it's nearly cocktail time. After Jens's closing, we will meet in the hall outside to continue the conversations, to network, to meet each other as intended after waiting 2 years to finally meet in person again. We're looking forward to see you there. And yeah, Jens, the final words are yours.
Thank you, Viviane. There's nothing more to say. Thank you very much for the co-moderation of the event today. It was really good to see you all here to discuss in person. I'm also a little bit tired, maybe not used to all this in-person discussions, but it was really a great experience. Thank you very much for all of you for joining us today. Thank you very much, BMZ, for the support for the TUMI initiative. And thanks for all GIZ colleagues who made this possible. Such an event is also always the result of a great teamwork. So thanks for everybody that made this possible. And enjoy the cocktail right now. And we'll see each other tomorrow at the ITF at the side event. Thank you very much and have a good evening.